NHL Nightly with your host, the sportsman, a.k.a. Peter Lebowski, a.k.a. Jeremiah Maxwell. And with him, as always, maybe Pearlo, Wisdom, and Rico in Barrie.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Working on getting live on Instagram here. With me, as always, is Rico in Barrie, Ontario. I am coming to you live from Anchorage, Alaska. We have the NHL Draft 2024 Spectacular. We know who's going to be number one, but we don't have a clue after that. It's going to be super exciting. Darkness, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Trying to get live on this. I don't know. Let me see if I can make it. Dude, I don't understand what's wrong with their. Okay, it's not gonna. So, yeah. So just a recap, we talked the top five. Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff, Mac with Celebrini. Everybody knows Celebrini's going number. He has Lev Shinov going second. That's the big Russian right-hand shot D that played at Michigan State. Beckett Seneca from Oshawa to Oshawa Generals going to the Anaheim Ducks. Frank Saravelli just tweeted that out, that was going to be who they were picking. I'll get on Twitter and we'll be following this. Caden Lidstrom of the Medicine Hat. What's the Medicine Hat's team? I'm sorry.
Tigers.
The Tigers.
Tigers.
Okay. And Medicine Hat's in Alberta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have him going fourth to the Blue Jackets, but the reports are the Blue Jackets are trying to trade that pick. Montreal drafting Demidov from SKA St. Petersburg. Zane Parekh going to Utah, and then Ottawa Senators taking Zeev Buium at 7, left-hand shot D. And then the Kraken getting Sam Dickinson from the London, Ontario. Tidge again, like going to the Calgary Flames, which I think a lot of people want to see, right? Like that seems like the sentimental favorite is Tage again, like going to the Calgary Flames. We just saw LeBron James' son get drafted by the Lakers. So would be kind of cool to see a Calgary Flames legend, Jarome Iginla. But I will say, like, Jarome Iginla played for the Penguins, played for the Bruins, played for the Avalanche. Like, he didn't just, like, towards the end of his career, he played at a bunch of places. So wouldn't be the worst thing. And then Constant Helenius from Finland round up the top 10. Rico, what are you most excited about with this draft right now?
Well, first of all, like tonight, history is being made, man. The draft takes place at the Sphere, so it's kind of cool that it's happening at the Sphere. So seeing the draft and like just seeing the big screen behind the board and just the way it's all laid out is just mind blowing. So yeah, I'm pretty excited on just so much depth in that draft. Like once you get past the top 10, it just seems like it's wide open. I just feel like you're going to see some chaos. You're going to see some moves between teams. But I know Bob McKenzie from TSN, he does his yearly draft rankings, which he's pretty much a part-timer at TSN now, but he does this draft ranking every year. And he's got Celebrini, Demidov, Lashunov, and then Selikev, and then Lindstrom, Dickinson. So he's got a little bit different from the Daily Faceoff guy. So I'm just excited after Celebrini, who goes in that top 5, because either of those guys could be interchanged with each other. They're all top elite prospects. So be kind of exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Look, we've already got like 15 people here on the YouTube and on Twitter. I don't know what's going on with the Instagram thing. I it's for whatever reason it's clicking the live. If I set it up late, it just has an issue, I guess. So don't know why that's not broadcasting, but we're still on Twitch, and I really appreciate it because I know you have a lot of choices to choose from. So we're going to do our best to give you comprehensive draft coverage. I mean, this year is not unlike last year. We knew Bedard was going to be the number 1 overall pick. It was a no-brainer. We know Macklin Celebrini is going to be the number 1 overall pick. The difference in Bedard and Celebrini, both Canadian, one played in the Bedard played in the Western Hockey League. He played for the Regina St. Pat's, correct me if I'm wrong. And Celebrini went the UCHL route. Even though he's Canadian, he's basically lived in the States a good portion of his life. His dad works. Everybody knows his dad works for the probably the most overplayed story. He's a sports science doctor for the Golden State Warriors. So he grew up in the Bay Area. He's going to play in the Bay Area. I think that's really cool. Did not know a lot of that specifics until before it looked like he was going to be the projected number 1 overall. So that's going to be really cool to see. I know it's live on Sportsnet, Sportsnet Plus, ESPN here in the States. It's on ESPN1. John Buccigross, Megan Shaka, Emily Kaplan, and Kevin Weeks are on the call for the U.S. broadcast. I'm assuming it's the Jeff Merrick, Elliot Friedman, David Amber. That's who you're getting there with Sportsnet, Rico?
Yeah, I could either watch the ESPN or the Sportsnet one, but I flicked on the Sportsnet. So, yeah, Friedman's just talking now, and they got Sam Constantino. He's a prolific guy for Sportsnet that covers, like, junior hockey for a long time. So he's got his eyes on the CHL as well, too.
Who? I'm sorry, who? Say that again.
Sam Constantino.
Oh, Sam Constantino. Sam Constantino, a lot of U.S. know him because he actually does a lot of NHL Network stuff, too. So he's so he's really good. Here, let me make sure all the notifications are silent so we're not getting. We'll go till tomorrow morning. And I'll be monitoring Twitter. I seem to do better on my phone than I do my computer. But we'll be watching it. I mean, I basically just follow hockey stuff anyway with the occasional funny tweet. So yeah, going to be real interesting. Montreal really intrigues me. I'm really excited to see what the Montreal Canadiens do. Who's someone there? Who's someone there? The outlier that you're like, oh yeah, I'm really excited. I really want to see what they're doing.
I mean, of course, Toronto at number 23. Just seeing Montreal and LA swap 21 and 26. I mean, Toronto picking 23rd is going to be pretty interesting to see who they take. Of course, I live near Toronto, but going down in that draft, I mean, you're gonna have to basically find a good player, because guys like Cole Yzerman ain't gonna last that long. He's gonna go in the top 15. So I mean, somebody like a Cole Baudouin, he plays for the Barrie Colts, center, heavy guy, over 200 pounds. So he's got 28 tucks this year in 67 games. So he is sitting at 23 on Bob McKenzie's draft ranking. So I'd like to see maybe a local Barrie Cole play for the Leafs. So I'm excited maybe to keep an eye on him as the draft continues past 20.
Stephen Ellis has EJ Emery, a right-hand shot D. I'm sure the Leafs wouldn't mind that. He's going to North Dakota. He's in the U.S. Development National Program. I'll say this, and I know there's a lot of scuttlebutt about U.S. players going to Canada and they don't want to play there. I believe that is largely untrue. I think the pandemic affected guys like Goudreau who couldn't leave and stuff. I think Tkachuk was just honest that he didn't want to stay in Calgary. I don't think that was that he didn't like it there. I mean, he even said a lot of complimentary things about Calgary. So I'll tell you, as a kid, I think a lot of these U.S. hockey players have a little bit of an inferiority complex about the sport they play, where in Canada, it is considered the number one sport on TV. So I think a lot of them want that attention and enjoy it. So I think Matthews likes it a lot. I think, guys like Blake Coleman signed as a free agent. Yeah, he's from Texas, I think. So, I think he probably gets upset. Wow, the Sphere looks cool, man. I hope Sportsnet's doing a really good job of showing the whole Sportsnet. And can we end the Gary Bettman booing thing? Gary Bettman should be in the Hall of Fame just for what he pulled off with this Arizona Coyote situation. Like the fact that he didn't have to go to lawsuit with this scumbag, Alex Morello. Amazing. While we're waiting, I wanted to ask you real quick. We got Bettman introducing. Capitals make another trade. They get Andrew Mangiapane. I didn't realize he made 5'8". That spells the end for TJ Oshie. Obviously, I think Brian McClellan doesn't pull the trigger there if TJ Oshie is coming back. So TJ probably done, going to have to retire. His injuries are probably too far gone. He'll get his salary, and maybe, you might see him back in a playoff run if the Capitals can make it again. Which, adding Pierre-Luc Dubois, it could be a big thing for them. We'll see what happens. What'd you think of the Mangiapane ad? I thought it was kind of low risk, low reward. They said they traded 2025 second round pick. They have plenty of time to get that draft capital back. If they're not in the playoffs, they're probably going to trade a lot of their veteran players, guys like Nick Jensen and Trevor Van Riemsdyk, guys who will fit in on, I'd love to see Trevor Van Riemsdyk as a second or third guy, a third pairing guy in Edmonton when they win the Stanley Cup next year. So,
yeah. I like Mangiapane. Speaking of the Barrie Colts, he was an ex-Barrie Colt too. Saw him play. He was averaging about 15 minutes or so ice time in Calgary. He played up and down the lineup. I don't think they just found a consistent spot in that lineup for him. But if you watch Calgary games closely, like when he was on, like he was very noticeable on most nights on that team, and he produced offensively. Like he was a guy that I was picking, point per game type guy whenever I was betting on Calgary games. Like he would usually score up in the score sheet, especially in the big games, Hockey Night Canada games where he was playing up the lineup a little bit. He was good, man. I saw Washington get him, and I'm very happy with him. If you're a Caps fan, you're gonna get a good gritty player that's hard nosed, is gonna play hard, is gonna go in the corners, he's gonna fetch pucks, and he's got good finish as well. So going to Washington, you might have more opportunity there to place closer to the top six consistently. So yeah, that's a great move, man. I like the kid. He's good. He's fast. He's small, and he's a quick little guy. So he's almost like a Michael Bunting kind of type player.
Is he that small though? I wasn't aware.
I think he's short.
Here, I'll look him up. I'll look him up here.
I don't think he's more than 6 foot.
Are you getting
That's
him
just from
confused?
watching him, but
Are you getting him confused with Dylan Dubé?
No. Mangiapane's not a big guy.
Mangiapane is listed at 5'10", 184 pounds. He is a Toronto, Ontario guy.
Yeah,
So,
played for the Barrie Colts. I knew he wasn't a tall guy.
5'10" isn't tiny in hockey terms, though. When you say small, I think 5'7". Cliff Ronning,
No. On the smaller side, 5'10". Anything under 6 foot as an NHL player is on the smaller side of the scale, I would think.
Yeah, I got
small,
you. But yeah, 2 inches under 6 foot, and he's not small. 184 pounds, that's not terrible. I will say this about Mangiapane. In 2021, 2022, had 35 goals, 20 assists in 82 games. Last year, 40 points plus player his whole career, basically very good. Plus 52, 109 goals, 106 assists, really balanced player. Average about 15 minutes ice time, almost 16 minutes ice time. I think if the Capitals get that from him, they get 20 goals, 20 assists, 25 assists, 45 points.
You'll get that.
That's not terrible. Probably a little bit of an overpay. Again, they're out of it. They'll trade him at the deadline for a pick easily next season, I think.
I like the player.
Yeah, real quick. Andrew asked, before we get to the draft here, Andrew asked, what do you think of the Texier trade? It was a small trade, a 4th-round pick St. Louis gave up to Columbus for Alexander Texier, and then they signed him to a 2-year extension. It was a pretty minimal deal. I thought Texier had a lot of upside. Thought he played really well under Tortorella, and didn't mind the trade for the Blues. Basically, give nothing up, and they're trying to win. They're trying to field a competitive team at least, right, in St. Louis. Didn't know if you saw that. And then he also asked, do you think the Devils will give up the 10th round pick for Holzer and Holzer Natchez? So any of those, yeah. And Catherine, I love having you here since you're a resident Blue Jackets fan. It is a little risk for the Blues. What did you think of those two moves?
Tessie is a good player. I think he just didn't seem motivated night in and night out. So going to a team like St. Louis, just a little bit further ahead in their development, I think he's definitely a high upside player, good finisher, elite puck skills, smart hockey player as well. Whenever I saw him play for Columbus, so Yeah, great move for the Blues. As far as New Jersey, I mean, you never know, man. They made a move for Markstrom already. Holtz wasn't happy, but that was under the previous coach as well. So maybe it's a little different under Keith. But I know Natchez' name's been floating around as well too amongst different teams. So yeah, good question, Andrew. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out with those two players. Oh, look at Joe Thornton's beard.
Yeah, the beard. Hey, I respect the beard, and I will not dye my beard when mine comes in like Joe Thornton. I'm definitely older than Joe Thornton, but I don't have as much gray. So
yeah, there goes Celebrini.
Right. Yep. What's up, Dominic? Nice to see you. Long time no see. Yep, Celebrini, BU, big shocker. Now it's out the window, Rico. We are on who is going to draft who. This is the most exciting part of the draft. These first 10 picks are going to be crazy. I actually think the first 21 are going to be really nuts, just because of like Montreal trading up and stuff like that. So here we have Macklin Celebrini going number 1, the BU prospect, played in the U.S. Development National U.S. You just let me read what Steven. They're essentially a done deal. There's so much speculation needed. The Sharks are going to draft the next 15-year. There's comparisons between Sidney Crosby and Jonathan Taves. He's a dynamic two-way forward who could score and set up guys and is committed to defensively. I will say that the criticism on guys like Cole Eiserman that can score goals. Yeah, did you see that Tampa offered Stamkos a 8-year, $3 million AAV deal? But that's $24 million for 8 years. With a guy that's made over $100 million, I just like the move from Tampa. Tampa's trying to win championships. They don't need to pay Steven Stamkos $9.5. I get that he scored 40 goals for him last year, but you know he's at the tail end of his career. So
well, that and have something on paper with Stamkos that you're going right up to the front office after, and this is your contract once you retire, or just kind of have that there too, because I mean, you don't want him leaving Tampa. He's not going to leave. I can't see him going anywhere.
Yeah, so Dominic, I'll just tell you, we talked about that. Just rewind the stream about 5 minutes, and you'll hear me and Rico talk about Mangiapane, and you'll hear all about what we think about it for the Capitals. So just check that out, my man. And I don't see, we don't have any mods, so just in case we have any craziness, I'm going to get into the YouTube side so I can ban guys from there. But yeah, just check a little bit earlier, and then you can click back to the I don't think it's insulting at all, Catherine. I think he's not going to play out that deal. I think egos get in the way of these guys, and if you think about it, if you gave him 8 for 3, let's say you give him $8 million at 3 years, you handcuff yourself with the cap, and you're still giving him the same amount of money, and he's going to get every penny of that $24 million. We all know he'll work in the front office there or something. He's going to the Hall of Fame. If he wants to stay there, and you'll see, okay, it's definitely one of those things where I don't find it as insulting as some. So 20 people, man, love it, appreciate everybody. Hopefully we got some people on the Twitch side. Sorry about the Instagram. I don't know, man. Like Instagram always a pain in my butt. So, yeah. So all right. So Chicago's on the clock. Where do you think? What's Bob McKenzie say? What's Bob McKenzie say for Chicago?
I think, yeah, he's on Demidov. So, like Demidov, I think reminds me of, Demidov from St. Petersburg. I think he kind of reminds me of like a Michkov, but maybe not quite as good. I think his contractual situation, I think, was kind of holding him from people taking him that high, because he's kind of in the same boat as Michkov, but high-end puck skills, creativity, that's kind of the guy that Bob McKenzie was taken at too. So guy that could be inserted in another year or two. I don't think he'd be able to come over next year, but like Mitchkov, probably the year after. So his contract over in the, I think he was in the MHL for St. Petersburg. Not the KHL, but the MHL. So that's why he's under like a different contract over there.
Well, the clock has started to tick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. The clock has started to tick on the Blackhawks. So if a move is being tried to make, so Catherine Craig, our Blue Jackets fan, wants Demidov for the Blue Jackets, who pick 4th. That could happen, Catherine. They already got a lot of Russian wingers, though. I wonder if they draft for need. But I'll say the New York Giants' old general manager Ernie Accorsi used to say, "Hey, draft the best player available. You can figure out this stuff later." So I agree with that. I think you take the best guy. You think it's going to be the best guy. You think size. So yeah, I don't know what Demidov is at height wise. And
Demidov's 6'6.5", 192.
Already kind of a bigger guy though. Not tall, but bigger guy. 190. You're talking about 200 on skates. It's pretty. He's going to grow into that too, man. So.
Yeah, and she asked who was NHL ready. I think it's that Silikev guy, the guy from the KHL. He's 6'7", 211, and he's a minute muncher. He's like a top pair D that can play shutdown minutes. So I think he's probably in that top tier, the closest in my opinion.
Torpedo of the KHL. He's 6'7", 200 pounds. By the way, 200 pounds for a 6'7" guy, not that big. Tall. I mean, he'll grow into that frame. They're saying Zdeno Chara. Here's what I'll say about. I've heard he's probably not coming over till 2026. He might slide in the draft. He might be one guy that slides in the draft. So Andrew's saying there might be a trade. Not seeing anything. Cavs fan, the Capital says, best case scenario, Yzerman or Yakubchuk. Still a massive W, Juracek or Solberg. Any thoughts? I don't know. Caps are at 17. 17, I think. You had 17? I think. Yes. Washington Capitals. Igor Chershunov is what they say. Well, so let's see. Going to be interesting. Chicago wants Demidov. Pick Demidov. I see fans with signs with Demidov.
There he is. Nope.
Well, Kyle Davidson's coming to the thing with the jersey, so they're not making a trade.
Yeah.
And their time is expired anyway. So they were on the phone, though. Somebody was trying to move up. Let's see. Oh, my God. Just pick. I love that GMs that just go up and pick.
They're bringing Connor McDart in. Connor McDart to pick.
Well, he's there in Vegas already for the NHL awards, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bedard is about to make the pick.
With the second overall pick in the 2024 NHL draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select
Artem Leshmanov, the big defenseman from Michigan State. Right winger. Yep, that was who Stephen Ellis had projected. So far, he's 2 for 2, obviously, everybody. So, Andrew Ford thinks the Hurricanes might have been on the phone with him. Okay, maybe that Netchus thing was a part of the deal. Boy, to add that, like if you could add several NHLers and drop down a few picks. The problem is Carolina picks. What? They're where do they pick? Do they have a first round pick? I don't even know if they have a first round pick. They might have 27th. Carolina picks 27th. Okay.
His favorite non-hockey athletes, Usain Bolt, and his favorite hobby's fishing.
All right.
Oh, Bedard's got a new D, man.
Dude, he's a big guy already. Well, a right shot D, you know what they are now, are gold, Rico. Like the way they play the game now, it's so fast. It's so hard. You know, as a Leafs fan, you don't want to do this where you have off, TJ Brody playing the right. You don't want to do this anymore. So, well, and the good thing about him is he's in college. He could go back another year and then come back. I mean, Chicago doesn't need him this year. They have that Korchinski guy too. So that'll be interesting. So far, Stephen Ellis been on. Now, he's going to be 3 for 3 if Frank is correct. That means the Columbus Blue Jackets captain are going to have pretty much clear selection if this goes. If it's Beckett Seneca, I think I'm saying that right. That the Ducks draft him. So the Ducks, I don't know why they don't start the clock on the thing right after. Well, there's Pat Verbeek.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on the phone, so I shook his hand at the Hockey Hall of Fame and just said I really enjoyed how, watching that team this year. And especially early in the year before McTavish and them got hurt. They were they were a very exciting team. Yeah, they're gonna drag it a little bit. The clock is ticking out.
Verbeek was a hard guy to play against back in the day. I don't think people like playing against that
scored
guy.
goals and was nasty. He's not that big a guy either, man. I towered over him, and I'm like 6 foot 220. So I'm not that big a guy. Well, I mean, I'm big this way. But I'm not that big tall wise. Like you're taller than me, aren't you?
No.
But Hot Take Hockey was taller than both of us, so you all feel short.
Yeah, Hot Take was a weed, man.
He's 6'3". He's a big boy. Yeah, he's 6'3", so he's a big boy. Calgary has 2 firsts, Andrew. Calgary has 2 firsts. Yep, Calgary picks 9, and I think they picked 28 or something. Yep, so they have 2 firsts. So yep. They got Vancouver's for the trade of Lindholm. Good that they turned that in. Yeah, Calgary has the 28th and the 9th pick. So, yeah, I think there's 6 teams that don't have a first-round pick. So, I feel bad for the Utah team. As bad as they've been.
Hey, what happened to Sergei Berezin? Did that come out or anything yet?
No, I was wondering, and how old was he? He couldn't have been
52.
Kipper played with him. He was talking about.
Yeah, he was 52. He was 52 years old, but he was living down in Florida, and he was coaching kids' sports teams and stuff. It seemed like he was kind of living a bit of a normal life. So I
mean, 52 is kind of that age where you could, if you're not taking care of yourself, you could, congestive heart failure. It's kind of that age where, I'm recommitting myself to being fit and not drinking and doing stuff because, I'm not that far off of him. So I'll look it up and see if we, and we'll get Steve in here. So Steve's here. All right. Steve, give us your thoughts on the second overall pick.
Wow, I was hoping it was Saliev. I had a plus 3,000 on Saliev to get the second pick, but they went with. I think they made a mistake. I don't think this is the best defenseman that they could get. So we'll see.
It looks like Beckett Seneca is going to be the third pick. Here we go. Here's the.
They're going to go with the winger. Wow.
Yeah, Beckett Seneca.
I did not see that coming.
Well, Frank Saravelli tweeted it out before the draft, and Stephen Ellis had this as the pick. Stephen Ellis said his mock draft was not in the order of how he ranked the prospects, but how he thought they would be drafted.
Wow, he looked surprised too when he got picked.
He looked surprised. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe he went that high. Wow, that's crazy.
So I heard Zeke William before the draft from I know Jeff Merrick was reporting that, and Zeke being from there. Boy, he looked good in the national championship. I think he's the best available defenseman in this draft right now. So, yeah, crazy. I'm getting a little audio from somebody, so mute yourself. And if you're hearing mine, let me know, and I'll turn it down. Somebody's TV's a little too loud. Yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't say what his cause of death was. Only 52, man. That sucks. Hey.
I'm surprised, Anna.
I muted you there real quick, Pearlo. We're getting some back.
I mean, that's crazy, man. How could you go down the board that much and be that sure about a player when there's, man? I thought Anaheim would have took that defenseman Saliev if they weren't going to take Demidov.
So this is and if they're looking to move Zegras, maybe they do need winger depth. Seneca is one of the draft top writers, and I feel like a good fit for the Ducks team that would love to have a skilled winger that's difficult to play against. Sure, he's a safe bet, but he's grown exceptionally this year, and it didn't take him long to figure out how to use his strength to his advantage. I see him being a top 6 forward for a team that just needs help, period. He might not be done growing either, which is exciting given he's 6'2". So, I mean, this is from Stephen Ellis. Pretty nutso. Let's see. Yeah, real interesting. Okay, so on the clock, Columbus Blue Jackets, our friend Catherine Craig. Who do they draft? Caden Lidstrom is who Stephen Ellis projected. Who does Bob McKenzie have, Rico?
He has Saliev going number 4.
Saliev should have won here.
Yeah.
So Stephen Ellis has Saliev is the big guy, right? He has him going 11th to the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Saliev doesn't come to the NHL till 2026 because of his KHL contract. So again, this could be a situation like with Matvei Mishkov, where, maybe he comes earlier, but they weren't expecting him till 2026.
Yeah, I guess this Beckett Seneca kid played for Oshawa, and he started getting better during the second half of the year, and he had an amazing playoff for the Oshawa Generals. So he's kind of grown into a really, really good player, and he put up the points, and he shined when it counted in the OHL playoffs, I guess. So basically recency bias is what Anaheim maybe projected this guy.
Yeah, I doubt it was recency bias. I mean, he's a great kid, but a winger in the 3rd pick? Well, why would I don't get it, but maybe I'll be proved wrong, but I wouldn't take a winger on.
There's some pretty good
He's a
moves
winger.
there. Good
He's not gonna play center. He's gonna play wing. So
that's gutsy, man.
Really very gutsy. Very gutsy. Very gutsy pick. He did it last year too, so shouldn't be surprised that Verbeek would go off the board on his pick because he's gone off the board lots. But I would have went with the defenseman. I would have. Well, I don't get this pick.
Well, he's either going to look like a genius or a complete fool for making that move. So
He's not afraid to do that. So
Yeah. No, I mean, Verbeek is definitely a mind of his own. I think a lot of people didn't have any idea what he was going to do there, but Stephen Ellis did. So shout out Stephen Ellis. Oh, Kevin Weeks is calling it too early. Well, here's Don Waddell coming up with the how about your Don Waddell? You
Almost
just take.
He's taking
Okay,
he's taking the defenseman here.
You think he's taking the big defenseman?
I think so. But
You don't think they take Caden Lidstrom?
might be. That would be the other one. They took Lidstrom, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are ahead of me just a smidge, so no worries, though. Really not spoilers because they just blabber on. Okay, Lidstrom.
yeah, Lindstrom.
Go ahead. I'm just going to read Stephen Ellis's synopsis, and then I want to hear what you have to say. Rico, Lidstrom's injury-shortened season will definitely be a cause for concern for some teams, but the 6'3" forward, when he's fully healthy and ready to go, he's an absolute monster out there, and scouts love him, potentially to be a high-scoring wrecking ball. He'll have a realistic shot at being a number one center down the line, but even if he falls to number two, that's one of a heck of a matchup behind Adam Fantilli. So that's who you're getting, Catherine, is Caden Lidstrom from the Medicine Hat Tigers, Western Hockey League. Did you see him play at all?
Is that the third pick? That was the third pick, right?
Fourth pick.
Oh,
Fourth
shit.
pick.
I didn't have him fourth. I had him third. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's projected as like a second line center. He's a shoot first type of guy. 6'4". I guess he'll take him a little while to fill out. I think a little bit longer to develop. But yeah, the injury history was a little concerning. That's why he slipped a little bit in the draft. But apparently he's got a lot of tools. So he's a good all-around player.
I did not realize he was African American. African Canadian or whatever you want. I'm assuming he's Canadian if he played for the Medicine Hat Tigers. Not that U.S. kids don't play in the
with a name like Lindstrom, you wouldn't think he was.
No, I mean, honestly, he could have been a Swedish guy. But curious. Ellis has he has him at 6'4".
Yeah.
Getting a little audio from somebody. I'm going to be muting some mics here. Okay, I got you, Pearlo. No worries. The 6-foot center missed most of the second half of the season with a back injury, and it didn't look like himself once he returned for the playoffs for a potential top 5 prospect. Missing so much of the season could be detrimental to his draft stock, as it was a few other players projected to go early. But Lidstrom was all smiles when he arrived at the Lecom Harbor Center earlier this week. Okay, this is him talking about. He's working out 5 to 6 times a week. Yeah, he had an injury after Christmas. So comparisons to Rupe Hans, a different extent, Eric Lindros and Lindstrom likes himself to watch Hintz and McKinnon. So those are players he models. If he's in between Rupe Hintz and Nathan McKinnon, it's a really nice pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Yeah, no, I also, Catherine, I want your opinion on this. I've been saying forever, I think the Blue Jackets should go to the Cannon jerseys as their primary. I think those dark blue and white jerseys are so sick. I think they should wear those as their primary jersey and then figure out a road version of that. And not that I don't like the B thing or whatever, but I just think that looks so much better. Okay, so Montreal, right? Is Montreal taking the Russian kid? Ivan Demidov? That's who Stephen Ellis says. So far, Stephen Ellis, by the way, is 4 for frickin' 4. So if you just copied his thing, you're nailing it. So lots of props to Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff. Killing it. So, and hey, we have over 25 people watching us live. Really appreciate it. Leave a like, subscribe, turn on noties. We'll probably go live after the free agent thing in the evening just to kind of discuss what we think were the moves. We'll play it by ear, and then or we go Tuesday. I am not fishing this week. I've rescheduled my stuff. I should have been in Vegas for this. Next year, I'll work on that at the beginning of the year to get to this, to be there in person, to be boots on the ground and be like, we could have a little after the fact. So Tidge Aginla, they're showing him a lot. I think the sentimental favorite is Tidge going to Calgary, and that's where he's got him. So
she's meant everything to me. She's my superhero, really. She's whether it's
they're interviewing him now, Lidstrom now.
Canada, really. She's done so much for me, all my family.
I think he seems, if he's a Western Hockey League kid, I think he'll fit in good with the Blue Jackets. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys say?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't watched him play this year, but kid has size, skills, stay healthy. I mean, I wonder how that back injury, like, how do you, man, hurting your back at that young of age? I wonder how serious that was. Obviously enough that people were worried about it, but
yeah, I mean, I think that's one of those injuries that, depending on what it was, it's probably pretty recoupable. So hopefully he doesn't have a problem long term. But yeah, interesting. So here comes the Montreal Canadiens, Mr. Kent Hughes, Martin St. Louis. Yeah, your B mascot is fine for the mascot, Catherine. But I love to hear that you guys all like the Blue Jackets cannon logo one. I like that one so much. It's a good one.
That's a jersey I got. I got the Rick Nash one, 61 in that color.
In that cannon jersey, really, I have a Johnny Gaudreau one. I bought a Johnny Gaudreau. By the way, the Fanatics jerseys look really good. I know a lot of people were sweating them, but they look good, man. They're making them at the same place in Montreal that they made them, so they look good.
Oh, Celine Dion's coming out to make the pick for Columbus.
You mean for Montreal?
For Montreal, sorry.
That makes sense. Montreal. Maybe they were irritated when she was at the Montreal game. Who doesn't love Celine Dion? She's awesome.
Yeah.
She sang the theme song to Deadpool. Second Deadpool. It was very good. Very good. Who doesn't love Celine Dion? Which I think she has a residency there in Vegas. I think she's in Vegas.
Been there forever.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? If you don't have to go on the road and you can make millions of dollars a year and not travel.
Yeah.
You know, have a schedule. So Celine Dion is an absolute legend. If you don't like Celine Dion, I feel like there's something wrong with you. She's got a great voice too, right? I mean, that's the thing.
She sang the Titanic song for the Titanic movie.
Yeah, that was a good song too. Yeah. My Heart Goes On was its name of that song, Rico. I know you got it on your playlist. It's your ringtone.
It's on repeat, bud. It's on both sides of the cassette.
If it wasn't your wedding song, you speak French, bro.
Yeah.
With the 5th overall selection in the
Demidov.
NHL draft, the Montreal Canadiens are proud to select
Ivan Demidov.
Demidov
In 2
goes
years.
to Montreal. So 5 for 5 is Stephen Ellis. Bang on. Stephen Ellis is 5 for 5. Pretty awesome.
Good looking young lad.
So I'm going to be really I'm going to be really perturbed if Stephen Ellis goes to 32 for 32 on his.
Dude, he got the Beckett Seneke pick. He picked that.
Yep, he had at 3rd. Yep, he had Beckett
Wow.
Seneca at 3. He had Caden Lindstrom at 4. He had Demidov at 5. He has Zane Perek at the right hand shot D for the Utah Hockey Club. They desperately need defense, so they're going D here. They're going Perek. They're going Buyam. They're going Dickinson. They're going Saliev. So if the Sharks get Saliev, Pearlo, you're muted, Pearlo. You're muted.
He had serious inside information on that.
Oh, either that or naked pictures of Pat Verbeek's wife.
He wrote this on the 28th. He wrote this on the 28th. I give him this guy does more coverage of junior prospects and watch more hockey than all of us combined.
It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with what you know about junior prospects.
Well, yeah, but he said when he did his mock draft, this is how he thought they were going to draft, not in order of what he thought the guys were. So you can have your talented draft.
There's no way you know that. There's no way you know that Seneca is going to go 3rd.
Well, of course
Unless
he's
you
getting
have-
inside information, man.
He's inside
He
information.
said this is how he felt they were going to draft. So that's what a good mock draft is. This is a good mock draft. Give him his fucking props, man.
I've given him props, but for sure he had inside information on that because there's no way you're taking Seneca at 3rd. There's no way. Like, I don't even understand why they did that. I don't get it. Why do you take a winger?
Saravelli tweeted it out right beforehand. So Saravelli didn't even know until right before the draft. So give Stephen Ellis, a lot of credit.
I give him a
going
lot of
where
credit. He's got some
he
serious inside information.
Well, he read Pat Verbeek's mind too, right? Which a lot of people couldn't do.
No, he knew. He didn't read anybody's mind. He knew. He didn't read anybody's mind. He knew. There's no way you're taking Seneca there. He must have known that all the other prospects did not want to go to Anaheim. So they took Seneca because nobody else wanted
Zeev
to go.
Buyam is from there. I saw Jeff Merrick talking about Zeev Buyam going there at 3.
Yeah,
I would take Zeev Buyam.
I would too. But he obviously didn't want to go there because the organization is crap. So they took the guy that wanted to go there. Never even thought about that. Arizona did it last year with 2 picks. It's when your organization is not good, you got to take what you can get, and they took what they can get. But Seneca is not better than the players picked after him. Not at all.
That's going to be a good pick for Montreal. The highest average points per game by any player in the MHL at 2 points per game, and the next was Kucherov at 1.41.
Yeah, Demidov is expected to play full time in the KHL next year. So I don't know when he comes over, but he says he's one of the best pure talents in recent years and would be a huge gift for the Canadians. I mean, they just get more skills.
You know,
Closest to the Celebrini ceiling in the draft as far as like just pure talent.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree, man. It's going to be real interesting. Okay, so best available, is that the Perek kid, or is that Zeev Buyum, or is that Dickinson, or is that Tage Ginla, or is that Consta Hellenius? Don't you have a bet on Consta Hellenius to go in the top 10?
The best available is Suliov. He should have been gone already. Suliov is the best available. He should have been gone already. It's crazy that
And
he's not.
Utah needs defensemen. This is a no-brainer pick for him. This guy's going to be like a Zdeno Chara type shutdown minutes eater.
He should have been gone already. Like for
this
sure.
Is a Utah pick the whole way.
I would have taken him off of Leshinov over Leshinov.
Who does McKenzie have? Who does have McKenzie going here with Utah? Who does he have? I have Zane Perek from Saginaw.
Is this number what? 6?
Yep, 6. Who does he have?
This is 6. He has Sam Dickinson.
Okay, so he has Sam Dickinson.
London.
Okay, and Steve has Sam going to London. From London, he has him going 8th. So it's Zane Perek is who he's got. Okay. Oh, it's Ryan Smith, the owner of the Utah Hockey Clubs. Dude, I was so glad to talk to Bill Armstrong at the Hockey Hall of Fame. And he is a huge man, dude. That guy is big. He's 6'5", I would say. He was very cool about the Bill Armstrong burner account. Why are they booing Ryan Smith? He saved the freaking NHL, man. And
they took Tijagima. Yeah, and I couldn't find a.
Wow! No way.
No, I would have took him there too. That's the one thing I agree with so far. Except for I would have took Salio.
You like that pick, huh?
I do. Yeah, I would have taken Tej.
I love the player.
Like I would have taken Tej over Seneca.
Okay. Again, like the top 5 player in many drafts, and there are a ton of people who think he's only scratching the surface in terms of his true potential. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes higher, but this is a match made in heaven. He didn't dominate the under-18s like many hoped. He showed how deep his game could be. Again, is more than just a goal scorer. He works hard, he can defend, and he has made a habit of being extremely difficult to play against. So, all right. And you know what? That honestly, like you can't, like it's not going to hurt them to have a forward that's difficult to play against in that lineup. Not that they don't have that there, but you know, you get a generational player, and you know what? The pressure's off Calgary now. They can draft whoever they think is the best player. So Utah gets Tage Ginla. That's a surprise. That's a surprise.
I thought like I said, I still can't believe the Seneca pick. That one blows me away. I don't know why the only reason why you would pick that is because all the other agents of the other players said they don't want to go to Anaheim. Like that was a bad pick.
I don't know if that's the case. I wouldn't conjecture that.
It's the only reason. No doubt about it. There's no way Seneca goes there. Same, and that happens because agents will they work. I don't want to go here, or we don't want to go there. Blah 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 blah. It happens. It's the only reason. You don't take a winger with your 3rd pick. No way. No way. So, and there has to be a lot of teams that think that Russians are not going to come over very fast, even though Michkov did, because you're taking Suliov before any one of these.
Craig says Anaheim didn't even interview Beckett Seneca. That she must have heard that on the broadcast. That's interesting. So number 7, Ottawa Senators So
Well, if they did,
Ottawa, I don't
so-
see Ottawa drafting Guillaume because he's a left shot D. They already have Sanderson, they already have Chychrun, and they already have Shabbat. To me,
So-
the guy you draft here is the Russian guy, right?
So that proves my
Vassiliev.
point. That proves my point. Anaheim interviewed everybody else, and they all said they didn't want to go there. So they took Seneca, and they didn't even interview him. Because at least Seneca now, if he's a top 3 pick, he's going to get max dollar out of the deal. So he'll be happy to do that. His agent didn't call them.
Oh, in the interview, he said he was surprised that he did because they
course.
didn't have a meeting with
Look
him.
at how
They didn't have a meeting.
surprised he was. He couldn't believe that he actually got picked by
He
him.
did look surprised. There's no
Well,
denying
he
that.
should be surprised because he's nowhere near as good as the guys that went after him.
Timothy York. What's up, Tim? Good to see you, man. Doing a little live stream here. Pearlo's losing his mind over the 3rd pick. I think the Russian guy that Pearlo wants is going to go right here. Let's see. Ottawa would be dumb not to take. Well, no, but he's a left shot D too. Siliev's a left shot D. Ottawa doesn't need a left shot D.
I don't care
Maybe a
what
right
they
shot.
need, or I don't care what they need. He's better than any left shot D they have by a long shot. By
I
a
think
long
Ottawa,
shot.
I'd be surprised what Ottawa does here. I think we're going to be surprised. I think we're going to be
Ottawa
surprised.
can draft Zdeno Chara the second here.
Yeah, the guy they
Zdeno
traded
Chara
away.
before.
But remember, Chara was drafted by the Islanders, though.
Yeah.
So he was, so he was drafted by them, and they, that was one of those Mike Milbury brilliant trades. Yes, Frank was like, shout out Stephen Ellis for going 5 for 5. If you're not following Stephen, you're missing the best draft coverage. His mock is from June 25th. Yeah, he killed it.
If he knew Seneca, he had some serious inside information. I'm following him for sure.
If you don't follow him now, you haven't been listening to me for the last 6 months, because I've been singing this guy's praises forever. He's good, man. He lives in Toronto too, so yeah. Shout out Stephen Ellis for killing it.
That's a crazy pick.
Congratulations and thanks for joining us here today. Enjoy it. Thank you. Luigi?
Oh, we lost Pearlo. You're back, Pearlo, and you're looking better than ever. Hey,
I'll be
I don't
right
know what
back.
happened there.
Well, I wouldn't say ever, but
No, yeah, I don't know what's happened. Oh no, it glitched again. You were having Oh, hey, our friend Kim Seneca. What the fuck?
yeah, that's a crazy pick. I just can't believe that pick. Like you couldn't even take Demidov. Like I don't understand how you take.
Well, the thing about Demidov too is, if you don't need the winger, he's coming later anyway. You're gonna get him in like 2 seasons.
Yeah. Oh, Seneca's not going to be ready for a couple seasons anyways.
Hey, over
He's
under
not gonna be
Pearlo.
ready.
I asked, since you're a big gambling guy, and I didn't give Pearlo. Hey, Dan Gerke, I just questions for Pete's judgment at this point. Well, Dan, I don't think you're alone. Ottawa will trade down at some point. Oh, Carter Jacobchuk is who Ottawa picked. So they do take he's a center, if I'm not wrong, right?
No, he's a defenseman. He's a defenseman. How in the world do you not take Sally?
He was 13. Stephen Ellis had him 13. Stephen Ellis had him 13. Right, he's a right shot D though. He's a right shot D, which they desperately need. So that's probably why they didn't do it.
Yakimachev's not going to be ready for 3 years, 4 years. Something
Yeah,
like
I mean, do you think Ottawa's ready in 3 years? I mean, I think they're
now I'm starting to realize that this has more to do with who is willing to go to which organization than anything. Because Saliev, when whoever takes Saliev, will get the best defenseman in the draft. Whoever gets him. I don't know who it's going to be, but he's the best defenseman.
Yeah, I like that Bouillon kid a lot, Pearlo, and seeing him in person, and he just
Yeah,
shut down Celebrini. He shut down that vaunted Boston College team. I mean, this kid can play.
The team
50
shut.
points his freshman year in 38 games.
Bouillon is not the greatest defensive guy you're going to find. I like him a lot, but he's not like now. He could be. He could get there. Certainly. I like him a lot, and he should have gone before Yakima for sure, no doubt about it. He should have gone before. I mean, this is a crazy draft.
Well, the Zane Parekh one is Zane Parekh's a right shot D. Zane, he's an offensive defenseman, so maybe Ottawa is thinking they want more defensive defensemen there. So Parekh finished the OHL regular season with 33 goals and 96 points in 66 games to lead all under 18 OHLers. It was the third top most productive under-8 season ever by an OHL defender. He's one of just two that age to crack 80 points in the 21st century. The other being Ryan Ellis, who is, not playing anymore, but was mostly a defensive defenseman, who delivered an 89-point season in 08-09. Oh, yeah, and he's quite good defensively, too. This is Stephen Ellis's little snippet on Zane Parekh, a right shot D he thought was going to go to Ottawa. So there you go. Ottawa doesn't take maybe the best right shot D on the thing. Now you've got Seattle. They're on the clock. I wonder who they take. I think Seattle takes Zeev Bouillon. I wonder if they draft Zeev Bouillon here. I think Zeev Bouillon best defenseman, but maybe they take the Russian guy, like you said, Pearlo.
I mean, whoever takes him has got the best defenseman in the draft. So I don't understand why he's not.
Well, on this day, the 28th of June, 2024, Pearlo is calling it. You've said it a bunch now. Silyev, the best defenseman. We'll see in 3 to 5 years. We'll see if you're right.
Without a doubt.
We'll see if you're right.
Not even close. So I don't know why he's falling besides the Russian thing. I don't know. But
it's another good defenseman in the draft, too. That Yzerman guy has the best shot in the draft.
Yeah, his rest of his game is lacking a lot, but he's got a great shot. That's his thing. Yeah. He's like Skinner. He's like Skinner in Buffalo. He's like that's basically what you're getting out of him. On the ceiling is Skinner in Buffalo. So I wouldn't take him myself, but not up here anyways. When you get down, maybe.
I mean, this Parekh kid seems good too, man. I can't believe right shot Ds are like crack in the NHL. People can't find them. And if you look at teams like Ottawa needed a right shot D, you've got a kid who played in the Saginaw. He played in the OHL, not far from Ottawa. I mean, not terribly far.
The thing about Parekh is he has to be Carlson or he's not going to make it. Like his ceiling is huge if he can be that kind of offensive player.
But it says he's pretty good defensively too, man. Like pretty good. 96 points in 66 games with 33 goals from a defenseman is pretty impressive. You can get that kind of stuff for the way the NHL is going. You saw in the playoffs, man. Like you've got all these D pinching and coming down and taking shots, and I mean, geez.
I think you're the dude you're talking about had inside information on who people are picking simply based on where they wanted to go in your.
Well, that's why he made his mock draft the way to do it.
Simply based on that he only did it on the 25th of June as well. It's not like this guy Steve Ellis put out this draft ranking a week or 2 or 3 ago. This was
no, he already knew. Like he's got some serious inside information.
It's called working your ass off. It's called working your butt off. And
absolutely, absolutely. You know how hard these guys work behind the scenes, man.
Yeah, he worked his butt off, and I love it.
Because there's no way you could know that Seneca is going to go third. Not on talent, anyways. There's no way. No.
So now you've got Shane Doan's kid and Jerome McGinley's kid on the same team in Utah.
Oh, that's sick.
2 of the classiest NHLers ever.
That's true.
I'm happy for him. And you know what? I actually think it's good he didn't go to Calgary because I think sometimes those hometown things and you know what? You took it out of the Flames' hands. He gets drafted way before that. They like the pick. And you know what's his name?
They took Catan.
Berkeley Catton. Wow, Berkeley Catton.
That was a good pick.
Okay,
I definitely see that.
Berkeley Catton he had him projected from the Spokane Chiefs. This is why he played in the state. Talk about dynamic. Catton had 54 goals and 116 points in 68 games this year, and also helped Canada win gold as the top player at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. The Chiefs' alternate captain is so good with the puck, often taking control of the game when Spokane is down and out. Few draft eligibles are as good at producing high-quality scoring chances as Catton. He works hard enough in both ends to earn the benefit of the doubt as a future NHLer. Catton alongside Matt Hitchcock is what he's talked about, but nope, Catton will be maybe their top line center or their second line center. And the fact that he played for the Spokane Chiefs makes so much sense. Not far. I know they're scouting them well. I don't know. Again, though, Z Bouillon, good defenseman, man. I don't know why somebody's not taking a look at him. And
I like Catton. I like Catton, but I mean, it makes sense for Seattle in there because that's Francis's type of player, no doubt about it. But I am blown away that Saliev hasn't gone yet. I'm just
this Catton kid's a good two-way player. He's from Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and BU too.
That's even better. A Western Canadian. I mean, Saskatchewan, I consider Western Canadian. Western Canada. I know that's not that terribly far from Washington. So that's not bad, dude. That's good. I like the pick. I heard a lot of good things about this kid, actually. Little undersized, 5'10", 175, but man. They must have scouted him a lot. So
his comparable, they say, is Sebastian Aho.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
That'd be close. Yep. And his floor is like what's his name in LA? Their second line center.
Dano.
Aho would be Dano, yeah.
Oh.
He's a safe pick. He's about as safe a pick as you can get. And Seattle loves their two-way guys, so I'm not surprised that they took him. But I'd really like to know what's going on with it must be a Russian thing.
Flames on the clock. You think they take the Russian guy, Pearlo?
I don't know if anybody does now if he's gone this
Calgary likes their defenseman. Craig Conroy likes his D. Look who he's been trading for and
like if you take Yakimichuk over Saliev, there's something wrong with the world right there. Like I don't get it. Like I don't get it. So there must be some.
Ellis had Yakimichuk as at 13th going to the Wild. Now I'm saying right shot D. If you wanted a high end right shot D, why not draft the Zane Parekh guy? I wonder. No. Isn't Rasmus Anderson a right shot D though? They have a pretty good defensive core. So maybe they don't take Parekh here. I'll be interested.
If you take Parekh over Sally up here, I'll just.
Who's the First Nations kid that's still up there? We're losing you there, Pearlo. Who's the First Nations kid there? They were showing.
You're losing me.
Yeah, you went dark for a second there. It's okay. You're good. You could log out and come back in if you want, but you're back fine.
Can you see me now fine? Okay.
Yeah, we can see you. I mean, not fine, but we can see you.
Just basically welcomed me to the city and said it's a great spot, and that was pretty cool to see him.
That is amazing.
All right, I like this kid, this Catton kid. I'm going to be interested to see. I heard good things about him, so you never know. Too, these are guys probably years away from playing in the NHL. So, I mean, you have to hit on your first round, right? Does Dallas have a first round pick? I want to see where they're at.
That's the other one, Consta Hellenius. I would have took him over. I would
Didn't
have
you
took
say
him over
top 10 for him? You said you had a bet on him top 10, did you not?
top 10. Yeah, for sure.
Dallas
Easy.
has the 29th pick. Yeah.
This has got to be the weirdest draft I've ever seen. It's odd.
I heard next year's is even a more talented draft. I'm surprised that
way more.
if there wasn't
way more
somebody you were in love with, why you wouldn't try to trade out of it. So, yeah. By the way, I appreciate everybody. And we've got almost 30 people between the YouTube and the X. Appreciate you. Leave a like, subscribe, share the stream, give us a shout, ask us some questions. I'm using Stephen Ellis's Daily Faceoff mock draft to get my scouting.
Correct went 9th to Calgary.
Okay, there you go. Zane Correct was projected to go in Stephen Ellis's draft, I believe.
Another defenseman.
6th to Utah. Yeah, but right shot D, a guy this is not a bad pick here. So is he First Nations? Is he First Nation or is he African American?
I think he's First Nations. He looks native.
He looks Asian and his dad looks black. So anyway, he actually looks like a pretty big guy. I'm getting a little audio from somebody. Like mute yourself if you're too much.
Seriously, I can't even listen to it for a second.
Oh, he's from
no,
Nobleton,
listen
Ontario.
to it. Just mute yourself. Just mute yourself. It's just not hard to mute yourself, Pearlo. Just mute yourself. You can listen. You can put it up full blast. Just mute yourself. You can listen to it. I have mine on very low. So
yeah, so he's from Nobleton, just up the road from me. His comparable is Eric Carlson.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, this kid looks like to have 96 points in 66 games and was on the champion, right? Saginaw won the Memorial Cup too, right? I like the pick from Calgary's standpoint when Ellis had him as the number 1 right shot D on his mock draft, like, so we'll see.
Dude, like they got that defenseman in the Vegas trade as well too. I mean, Calgary's loading up on D.
So I was going to ask a question of Pearlo earlier and we didn't get through it. Pearlo, I said counting the 2 trades we've already seen and Texier getting traded for a 4th round pick and the Montreal trading picks with whoever they traded with. Does the New Jersey Devils is this the first trade we see in the draft here? Do they trade this 10th pick? And if they don't, do they draft Consta Helenius? Or because, they can't have enough defensive prospects in their pool with Nemec and Luke Hughes. And do they draft the Silyev kid? Which would be hilarious after getting rid of Kevin Ball. You got to unmute yourself, bro.
No trades so far.
There you go.
They're actually, those aren't really prospects because they're actually on the roster, and they could use some defensive prospects now that they traded a bunch away. But honestly, I have no idea what this draft is about. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Who do you like here for New Jersey? Just say a name.
Well, you already know. I can't believe Saliev hasn't been picked.
Okay, Saliev. Okay, you're still going Saliev. Okay. But this is the Pearlo Wisdom Saliev draft, by the way.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane. You got a guy that's got the ceiling of Chara, and he probably will get there, and you haven't drafted him yet? I don't understand this at all. I have no idea. None of this makes sense to me whatsoever. There's no way I'd take Perek in that place. No way. Not a chance. He's a good offensive defenseman. He has no defensive awareness at this point. He's 4 or 5 years away. I don't get it. I don't get any of this. I don't get it. I don't get it. Remember this. Make sure you keep this, and you'll look back and go, yeah, why did they do that?
Oh no, we got you on the record, buddy. I'm
Yeah.
very overtly not wanting to be critical of these picks because you just never know what can happen with these kids. We know that they don't all work out. This is why the first round is the only thing worth. But look, I mean, look, we always talk about the 2003 draft, but that's because look at all the like Joe Pavelski, 7th round pick, like, you know, and should he have been? I think in today's scouting standards, he's easily a first round pick. Was on a national championship team, showed the leadership, scored goals, showed an ability to work hard. Like, just somebody didn't do their due diligence.
I can see
But-
New Jersey taking Cole Eiserman.
Oh,
I
think
can
maybe
totally
because
see a shooter playing with Jack Hughes.
this is one of the youngest drafts we've seen too. Like they're very young 17-year-olds. They may be drafting by attitude. And if that's the case, then there's no way I can know that. Like, because at 17, you know what I mean? Like you could have all the talent in the world, but what's your attitude like at 17? So they may be drafting by attitude. Maybe Seneca's got like a very mature type of attitude that is driven and all that already, and you don't need to wonder if he's going to acquire that. So that could be it, because this is the youngest draft we've seen in a very long time. Like these kids are like.
So New Jersey wanting to trade this pick is made the pick. Don't spoil it for me, but like it hasn't happened yet. But I see Tom Fitzgerald on the stage. They have a jersey. Real quick, Dan Gerke, this is Stephen Ellis's. Since Pearlo will not stop talking about Anton Silyev. At 6'7", more than 200 pounds, it's hard to miss Silyev out there. He's a great opportunity to become a long-term top pairing blue liner for a wild team that has a few good.
Silyev.
There
he went to New Jersey. He went to New Jersey. New Jersey just got the second best player in the draft.
Well, good. I mean, a big, long-moving defenseman is not a bad thing.
They just got the second best player in the draft.
All right.
Yeah.
I love it.
Kid's a unicorn, man. Shut down D, minutes eater. You're going to see him in New Jersey, and it's not going to take very long for him to play.
Novgorod, and it looks like he'll be playing for Torpedo in the KHL next year, and I believe he's not coming over until 2026. But maybe they could get him. I don't know. Yeah,
I get feeds from the KHL on because I have center ice package, and I watch this kid. I mean, this kid is freaking unbelievable, dude. Like, I cannot believe. Like,
what
are
the two things you can't coach, Pearlo?
Size and speed, man.
Yeah,
he's got them both.
Well, I think you can coach speed, but size
and smarts.
Yeah, size and hockey sense,
intelligence, and heart. This kid will beat the crap out of you if he has to. Like he's got his compete is insane. They just got the second best player in the draft
at the 10th pick, so not bad.
Who would you rather have, Chara in his prime or Heiskin in his prime?
Chara because he won, but Heiskin
no, just period.
Heiskin is like 24. He's probably not even reached his prime.
Oh, okay. So
his
24. This is Chara.
Yeah, his comparable is Keandre Miller.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean Keandre Miller's a pretty good defensive player.
He's better defensively than Miller, though. Like, I mean, I don't know who would say that. I think this guy's getting sold short.
Yeah, the only thing I see lacking with him is his puck skills. Apart from that, his skating, hockey sense, competitiveness, and defensive play is all top notch. But his puck skills are going to need to improve, and that will.
So does San Jose draft Steve Bouillon now? California kid.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's him. He's the best available player.
That's another one. That's another one. All the way since. Yeah, that's another one. The fact that Bouillon hasn't gone yet is insane. Like, and Dickinson as well. Dickinson. But those were the exact things they said about Chara when he got drafted. His puck skills weren't that great, and they weren't like they weren't like above average.
Yeah, he had to work exceptionally hard. He had a very good work ethic
to get to that point. Yeah.
It's like Yager, man. Like the guy has like a freaking ridiculous work ethic. They didn't even.
What a pick by New Jersey. New Jersey just freaking killed it with that pick.
Okay, so Sharks' second pick of the night. If they get Zeev Bouillon from and Macklin Celebrini from this draft in the first round, I'm sure they would have loved to have Silyev. That's what Steven Ellis had Silyev going there. So Dickinson is he has Dickinson up there too, but I'd take Bouillon over Dickinson.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah.
Just having seen Bouillon as a freshman look like he's almost NHL ready. I look back at past drafts and think GMs were idiots. Hindsight is always 20/20, Catherine. That is for sure. Well, yeah, and it's so hard to project how these guys are going to go, and you never know, injuries, stuff like that sometimes catch up with these guys. You know, they get their girlfriends pregnant and their priorities change. That kind of thing can happen too, you know. But that's never happened, Rico.
Yeah, that's why Pearlo never made it pro.
I gotta say this though, the kids nowadays are so much smarter than
yeah, for sure.
In the 70s, and so.
Well, there's no social media or no.
It's gotta be Bouillon here. It's gotta be Bouillon here.
Silyev, Dickinson, Bouillon, all still available after 7 is crazy, is what the Capitals say. Yeah. Jeremy Rutherford said 5 more picks until the Blues are on the board. Here's a short list of potential available players: Hellenius, Hajay, Yzerman, Brandon Nygaard, Brandeg Nygaard. It's a hyphenated name. And then Bouillon, Dickinson, Solberg, Jiricek. I mean, either way, you're going to get a pretty solid defensive prospect if that's what you're looking for in these middle rounds. So I'm going to say Sharks go Bouillon. You guys are a little bit ahead of me. They're coming to the thing now. I imagine Greer shuts up and just.
I'm not going to say anything until you see what happens. So we don't.
I don't care if you spoil. You've spoiled every one of them for me. I don't care because it's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
I actually don't even know who it is yet. I just know what he looks like. And
There it is.
London Knights. So they took Brandon Dickinson. So they like Dickinson over Bouillon.
Dickinson over Bouillon,
huh? Okay. Yeah, I disagree with that pick. I didn't know. Rico, did you watch a lot? Andrew Ford's not happening. So we are at Philadelphia. Wow, Philly could get a really Zeev Bouillon fits in Philly too, man. They could use him.
The thing about Dickinson is he's better defensively than Bouillon. So and San Jose seems
what?
Dickinson, they're labeling him as a Matthias Ekholm comparable.
Yeah, that would be about right. Yeah, that's what I would think. Yeah.
Well,
with Bouillon, you would.
San Jose doesn't ever want to draft another offensive defenseman ever, or sign one in free agency.
Yeah, you could make the case that Dickinson. I mean, he certainly is physically more ready to play in the NHL than Bouillon. So
yeah, bigger kid. It's like Salikov. His puck skills are the only part of his game basically that stands out that needs to be improved a little bit. But overall, the rest of his game is good. So.
Andrew Ford wanted Dickinson to fall to the Hurricanes. That wasn't happening, buddy. They just were not falling to where's Carolina? Does Carolina have a first? They're 27th. He was not falling to 27th, man. There was no way. Okay, so who does number one available constant Zeev Bouillon, Constant Hellenius. Who does? I think Constant Hellenius makes a lot of sense for the Philadelphia Flyers here. But who do you like defensively? Do you think they go Bouillon?
Hellenius is the best two-way forward in the right now.
Right, But wouldn't you say Bouillon's the best
Oh,
available
on the
defenseman?
defense. Oh,
So
a
do you
defense check. Bouillon.
So do you
yeah.
take Bouillon or do you take the center? Who do you take?
I think Bouillon, because he could be ready to play in the league next year.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
I mean, who do I think will be better in the long term? Hellenius. I would have took him earlier. I think Hellenius is like.
Yeah, you said top 10. You said top 10, Pearlo. You did.
I would have taken him earlier, but if you're looking at who's going to play sooner, for sure Bouillon. But I thought Bouillon would have been gone by now. I didn't think he would be there. So either one is a great pick.
Singsy loves the Silyev pick. Good pick. Anton Silyev is a monster. Great skater, real good puck mover, A+ grade. I mean, dude.
Absolutely.
You don't need
for him to fall down.
By far the best
draft,
pick.
That's something we're going to keep an eye on.
By far the best pick in the draft.
Hot Take Hockey says Devils are building a legendary decor again. Remember when they had Scott Niedermayer? Now, they didn't draft Scott Stevens. He's a Washington Capitals pick. And Stevens played for the Blues, the Capitals and the Blues, before he ever played a minute for the Devils. But they did sign him in free agency. And that might be one of the best defensive cores. It never gets talked about. They won 3 Stanley Cups. So and they would have won more if Niedermayer stayed there, I think, to be honest with you.
Oh, Ken Danico. Remember?
Yeah. Hurricanes trading up with Philly? What?
My 3 favorite draft guys that I listen to that are usually correct, not correct on where players will go, but who will be the best, all had Silyev at 2.
Yeah,
Every one of them had him at 2. They're not worrying about where they go. They're worrying about who's the best of the draft, because where they go is different than that, because you got agents that I don't want to go there and all that kind of stuff like that. But all of them.
I am so hoping Zeev Bouillon. I don't want to jinx it. I'm just going to see. Let's see what Philly drafts here. We're getting close to my team drafting, so I would love it if Constant Hellenius or Zeev Bouillon falls into our lap like Philip Forsberg did. But George McPhee messed that up for us by trading Forsberg for
Martin Erat.
Yeah, I didn't even want to say his name. Makes me want to throw up. Dude, there's a trade. There's a trade. Like, you don't like Nazem Kadri, right? Like, there's a trade for Leaf fan that makes you want to hurl. Oh, so is there a trade?
I wouldn't like doubt they're cooking something up. They're not going up to the stage.
I wouldn't doubt if there's a trade here.
If Devin comes out alone, there's a trade to announce.
Oh, so Philly waived Cam Atkinson, eh? They're buying him out.
Yeah, they bought him out. They bought him out.
I bet
you. I did not see Jeff Skinner. I did not see Jeff Skinner.
We haven't even talked about the good work that Washington has done in the last little while. You can say whatever you want about Dubois. He's a 50, 60-point guy. But the other trade from Calgary, that was a great trade.
Mangiapane?
Yeah, that was a great trade.
We did talk about it at the beginning of the show, Pearlo. You just weren't here.
I wasn't here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but go ahead and give us. You can give us your thoughts while we're.
That was a fantastic trade. I know he's making maybe a little more over his.
Hey, Pearlo, you know what it spells for me though? Just it's bittersweet. It definitely means TJ Oshie's not coming.
Probably.
That's how they can afford to add that $5.8 million salary for him. Yeah.
TJ may just retire.
Yeah, but he'll be on the books by LTIR. He'll be on the books for next year by LTIR.
What do you think?
Probably.
What do you think of the player, Mangiapane, Pearlo?
Yeah, give us your final. I cut you off there.
He's a great 2-way guy. He's probably getting a little overpaid for what he is because he had that 135 goal year or whatever the case may be. But he'll produce like 50 points, something like that, 50, 55 points, and he'll be a really 2-way guy. He's underrated for his 2-way play.
He's a career like plus 62 or something. Rico and I were looking at his stats. He's here. I got it right here.
Analytically speaking, he's about 80% over.
Well, that's why the Capitals got him. So
Yeah, he's a great two-way player. Like he doesn't get
Plus
enough credit
52, my bad. Plus 52.
for how good he is as a two-way player.
Yep.
I
Plus
don't
52.
really pay attention to plus minus too much, but he's a great
I
two-way
think
player.
it's more of
I
a
thought he
factor
was
with the
great.
forwards, though, than it is with the D, right? I mean, the D, it's a factor, too. But, like, if you have a forward that's plus 20 one year, he's doing a great job defending, like you're saying. Like,
Well, yeah, he's on. All I know is he's not, but he's like well above average defensively. No doubt about it. He's 80% above replacement, which means he's better than 80% of the players in the league defensively. And he can put up 50, 60 points. That's a fantastic player. So really good. And maybe people will say he's overpaid, but I mean, I don't even think he's overpaid. I think he's extremely good. His speed is fantastic. That was a great pickup by
you think this is Martin Natchez? This has taken a long time, so they have a trade. Okay, it's definitely a trade.
Trade.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to mute here real quick.
Maybe they get Natchez here.
I'm going to mute real quick. Yeah.
Oh, this is exciting here. We got a trade.
So Boudreaux's is saying something about a trade horn.
Trade to Minnesota.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Trade alert.
Oh, they're just moving. Minnesota's moving up one spot. That's it.
Okay,
So they really want.
Yeah,
They really want this guy. I think it's Celebrini here.
Who?
I think they're taking, or not Celebrini. What's his name?
Iserman?
Yzerman. Yeah, I think they're taking Yzerman here. I don't know why they got to move up to get him, but
so Minnesota gave up a 3rd round pick of next year to move up one spot.
Yeah, I think this is Yzerman now.
A guy like Bill Guerin likes his shooters.
Sorry, go ahead. Why is it Minnesota running to the screen, to the thing right now? Bill Guerin, why aren't they running up there? They obviously knew who they were going to select. Like, who do they not? I mean, they've got to know, wow, that looks incredible from the outside. Right.
If it's not Yzerman, it would be Hellenius. I would think.
Hellenius makes
like
a lot of sense.
Or
they like their two-way centers and they need some. Oh yeah, they do need defense. They do need defense. Oh yeah, they need defense big time, for sure. Yeah, it could be Beam. Yeah.
Really, they had Spurgeon was injured most of the year last year. They have a lot of defense. Faber. I don't know, man.
They got Faber, but what else do they got? Spurgeon's getting old.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty good defensive core.
What?
I think it's Cole Yzerman. I think that's who they're going after.
I'll go to Cap Friendly for the last time.
No, you can go to. I'll look at the line combos from Daily Faceoff. It's okay. I got it. Don't worry. I'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the depth chart.
Yes.
You're not going to get like the minor league, the minor league players.
Yes.
Daily Faceoff has minor league players.
They have the depth chart here. Just let me get it pulled up.
Yeah,
and we're talking about who they have in the lineup right now. Jonas Brodin, Brock Faber, Jacob Middleton, Jared Spurgeon, Declan Chisholm, and Zach Bogosian. Now, yeah, they're a little bit old on the back end there with Bogosian.
That's not good.
Let me see what they're.
Do you think they're going to hold the draft anywhere else except for Vegas?
I'm talking about below that.
Vegas every year.
See, the thing about Cap Friendly is it tells you what they have in the minors. You're not going to get that.
I think the other one does too.
I couldn't find it. They took Beam. They took Beam. So I was right. The defenseman.
Oh, Beam. Yeah, there you go.
They don't have much in the minors. They got a couple like decent guys.
Well, Faber's a right shot D. So you imagine Bouillon and Faber on the same freaking line? Oh my
In a couple
God.
of years, he's
I mean-
a bit aware. But
Yeah, there you go. You know what's special about that? He won his national championship in Minnesota at
And
the
guess
same at the XL Energy Arena. So Z Bouillon from the University of Denver national championship won in St. Paul. Yours truly was there to witness. And this kid is good. I think he's the best defensive prospect, my opinion, in this draft right now.
no,
Beard,
I just
you're gonna like this. Projection:
Yeah,
elite skating top pair D comparable Scott Niedermayer.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this kid is going to be special, dude. He is a
he's
special player.
good. He's
When
really
you
good.
see
I wouldn't put him.
in person, I just tend, when I see a guy in person that is so good, like it changes my view. Television doesn't do this kid justice. He was incredible in both the semifinal and national championship game. Huge pick by Minnesota. And they gave up a third to make sure they got him because Philly probably wasn't sold. Philly definitely didn't think Z Bouillon was going to be there, and they weren't prepared for this. If I was Philly, I would have drafted him. But or Constant Hellenius, because I'm with Pearlo. I a Finnish center. Boy, where have we seen a Finnish center that did good? Oh, Andre Barkov. I mean, if that kid is half as good as Barkov, he's a win at that stage in the draft. So,
Well, yeah, he's not quite as good as Barkov, but
what I'm saying, I said if he's half as good. So if he's a third, if he's half as good, and you're getting him with the 13th pick in the draft.
Yeah, I would take him for sure. He's smallish. He has to get bigger, but the kid is like.
This is, by the way, at
like
12.
His floor is Dano. He will definitely be as good as Dano in the NHL. No doubt about that. That's a floor.
So that's really good, especially defensively. Philadelphia Flyers were Stephen Ellis had them selecting Berkeley Catton. So I'm so pissed you can't match that respectfully. You need to go Armstrong. Oh, Darkness doesn't like that Bill Armstrong didn't trade up. Well, we already know that it's going to be Alexander Steen sooner than later. Weird that was a weird thing we didn't spend any time really talking about either.
Where's Bouillon from?
He's from Southern California.
Oh, and he's going to Minnesota. Wow.
Hey, Occupancy, what do you think of the Sharks draft?
Well, Beard, I actually jumped on to wish you well with your fishing trip.
I'm not going. I got scheduled till the 10th or 11th, 12th. I pushed it back.
For then, then for the 10th or the 12th, whenever,
Yeah.
I was kidding.
For the fishing trip,
big, it's big news. I mean, I'm really happy. I'm excited for the whole organization.
Yeah.
I read that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was saying I read that Hobie Baker was the first football and hockey all athlete, right? In like the 1900s, so that's pretty cool. But no, I'm stoked. I'm so stoked.
Yeah, Bouillon sliding in the draft is crazy. What did you like the Sharks pick at 11 there?
Yeah, I don't know the fella too well. It's defense, so we know we need defense. So
yeah, were you surprised they didn't select the big Russian guy, or
he went
Siliev?
No, I don't know what the panel thinks about it, but
they couldn't select the big Russian guy because he got picked the pick before by the New Jersey Devils. My bad.
Yeah,
so he wasn't available.
I think I'm going to eat my words with my New Jersey comments also from a couple shows ago. I sort of want to backtrack on that one, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, we've had over 35 people. I really appreciate it. Leave a like, subscribe. We're not without our opinion. But what do we know? Having watched Bouillon play in person, I think this is the absolute steal of the freaking draft. I love it. So I'm going to mute somebody. I'm getting a little bit of TV. I think it's from you, Steve. No worries. Mute you there, getting a little TV. Keep your TV volume, the volume you want. I'm just going to mute you. When you want to talk, you unmute. No big deal. I can't do that as the host, but you guys are my eyes and ears. Pearlo, I know you study the prospects quite a bit. You love the game of hockey. It's helpful with your handicapping. Rico, I know you've read up, brushed up. You get to watch some OHL games throughout the year. And I don't know, Occupancy. What do you do? What are you doing? How do you follow the amateur ranks of hockey, or do you just read, or do you watch any of it, or let the people know?
For amateur hockey, I try to keep up with X, Twitter. Posts. I follow a couple good accounts.
Okay. Just say who you follow, and I'll
wait, my team?
No, who you follow as far as the amateur scouting Twitter accounts that you follow.
I have to pull up the list, Beard. I mean, there's a lot of people I follow. I almost use my X account for like an NHL sort of.
That's pretty much what mine is. Okay. Yeah. Hot Take Hockey said exactly what I said earlier. Z William and Brock Faber top pair is going to feed families. That is damn right. Brock Faber was a Calder Cup finalist. Go ahead, Rico. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Occupancy, the guy that Sam Dickinson that San Jose took, his comparable is basically Matthias Ekholm, top pair, two-way defenseman. So that's kind of who they're projecting Dickinson is as a San Jose Shark. So you got a lot to look forward to. The only thing he's got to work on a little bit is his puck handling skills a bit, but in all other aspects of his game are just top notch.
Well, puck handling can come later. You got to have the, positioning and technique. Your skating, your pivoting. All that stuff they work on. With defensemen, at least in the defensive zone. So it's important stuff. Yeah, I mean, what is the biggest surprise you think for you guys in the draft? I mean,
well, Anaheim's pick is
that's
everybody's kind of surprised, but Stephen Ellis had that. Stephen Ellis, shout out Stephen Ellis again. Daily Faceoff. That's what his mock draft. He got the first 5 picks, 5 for 5. That was incredible to me. They're bringing out Michael Buffer to do the pick for the Flyers. Okay, again, bringing a lot of Las Vegas talent up the stage to help do it. Okay, all right, awesome. So you guys get to listen to that. I'll get a little volume here, so it's not too bad. But Michael Buffer will be making the pick. Could Detroit be willing to trade for Nichus with knowing they're losing Kane? Yeah, I don't know, Andrew. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more moves. I expected to see some trades. So.
The National Hockey League.
I think he's one of the best centro guys of all time, by the way, Michael Buffer. So just very good. Remember when he was the bad guy in the Adam Sandler movie too? That was great. So anyway,
was it Mr. Deeds or a different
one? Mr. Deeds, he was the bad guy in?
No, I don't. I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember. It might have been Mr. Deeds.
I think Detroit's getting Stamkos.
Oh,
that's a weird storyline. I can't believe.
So Rico and I talked about this at the beginning of the show. Pearlo wasn't here. I don't think an $8 or $3 million deal is insulting. It's $24 million. So if he signed an 8-year deal at 3, he's getting. So if he signs a 3-year deal at $8 million a year, he makes $24 million, the same amount of money, and he handicaps them. They're trying to win cups, man. They are trying to win cups. They have a Luchenko.
I agree with you, but that's what Pierre Engvall makes. That contract is. Someone made a comparison on X, and
I totally get it, but Pierre Engvall's not going to get a lifetime job with the Tampa Bay too.
I'm surprised Philly took a long-term project like this, but
yeah, Luchenko had Luchenko. Stephen Ellis had Luchenko at 25th. Let me read what he says. I could see the Bruins he has the Bruins at 25th taking Luchenko's upside and begging whether he could give them much needed boost after putting up more than 50 assists this year. His vision and hockey IQ are worth getting excited about. Luchenko does an excellent job in the extra space on the power play, working mainly as a distributor. He has a great shot too, although I wish he'd use it more. The thing that helps him here is a nonstop motor that works both ends of the ice. There is a middle 6 potential here. He played for Guelph in the OHL. Jet, great name, Jet Luchenko. He'll make it in the Bruins system. They don't ever bring their guys up too early. If they're ready, they play him. He's not playing for the Bruins. He's playing for the Flyers. Tortorella will have him working out pretty good. I'm not worried. If it's
That's
a
a-
problem, that's why they made the trade, because
That's a
they weren't
really-
sold on anybody.
That's a really safe pick. He'll play for sure. It's just a
Yeah,
question.
yeah. But when does he make it? Right. So
It'll take a while, but he's going to be an NHLer. He's
All
probably
right.
going to be bottom six guy, but
yeah, you get a
Sure,
third line center that wins 60% of his draws and is hard to play against. You got a good player.
Yeah,
He's
they're calling him
crazy.
a second line center comparable to a Nick Suzuki.
yeah, I don't
Well,
think
that
he's
high
got
end
the-
skill too. It sounds like he's got some real skill.
I don't think
Strong
he's got
understanding
that
how to create advantages everywhere, and like his rating in all categories are pretty much up there. So there's no real weakness on this guy. Just seems like a good all round two-way center.
Yeah.
I heard people might take Luchenko. Oh yeah.
It's a really safe pick.
I got your message, Occupancy. I got your message. Yep. No worries, man. I'm glad to have you on for any amount of time. It's not a big deal. You have to bounce. We got the good thing is the Sharks came on. They made their 2 picks. You're there in the Bay Area. I know you're not a diehard Sharks fan, but you're there.
No, I am a diehard Sharks fan, actually.
Okay. Well, I just kind of associate you as an Islanders fan because that's where you're
No,
from. and
I'm cutting ties. I decided to burn bridges.
Good for
Okay.
you. That's a good man. You
Yeah,
see the
I haven't been
touring
back
is-
there. Once I waited a decade. I mean, I really did. I haven't lived there in 10 years. I figure I'll just.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm honestly probably never going to move back there. I like the guys there, but like I'm looking at different places now. But look,
Yeah.
I've now lived in San Jose 5 years straight around now. I've been to a lot of
And
games.
they haven't been good really for a lot.
But
of
I still went and I still supported the team. I try to. I like that kid Cooley that we brought in. He has a rough couple goes at it. He got shelled pretty much his first 2 or 3 starts, letting up like 6-7+ goals. But then he got it together and held up in the third. It was great. He got, I think, his 3rd appearance. He got his first win. He's a Bay Area kid. There's a lot of Bay Area kids on this team. And I know, sorry, I didn't mean to. I know you were talking about Luchenko.
No. I want you to give us your Shark stuff. And then Islanders draft at 20. You can always still be an Islanders fan, man. You just don't have to be your primary or anything. You know?
Well, primary and secondary.
It's like me, man. When I started this podcast, yeah, I want my team to do well, but I really don't care. Like I don't care about who.
But Washington's making moves, and you do. And Washington, we should. You guys already talked about Washington.
We already talked about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did talk about the Mangiapane and Dubois. Obviously,
But you care if your team wins, Beard. Let's be real. I mean, you care if your team.
No, I mean,
wins.
I'll be happy if they win, but it doesn't change your life. Occupancy is what I'm saying. Like, I think people put a little too much into it. It doesn't make your life better.
I don't. But okay, I'll just say this: when the Islanders played Tampa in the Eastern Conference Finals, I felt good because we were a top 4 team, and we beat Boston, we beat Pittsburgh, and listen, I'll always be an Islander fan. I've listened to as Pearlo the Great says, I've listened to a divorceable amount of Islanders games on the radio. WHRU, Hofstra Radio. I get it through the NHL app. I've been listening for like 10 years. I've listened to these games. I've listened to so many games. I'll never turn my back on the Islanders ever. But like at the same time, like I am like a San Jose person now. So
Ian Olin from Rushing Machine Never Breaks says, hoping the Washington Capitals will let Alex Ovechkin make the pick on a Zoom shirtless while playing beach volleyball. I love it, Ian Olin. All right, man. This did not like the pick, I guess. You didn't like the Flyers pick, I guess. I don't know.
Future NHL skill player.
Buffalo gets Hellenius. Nice pick.
That's a
Nice
good
pick.
pick.
Nice pick.
Yeah,
Really good pick.
at
14.
dude, Yzerman's
Love that
gonna
pick.
fall to the Capitals.
yeah, imagine Yzerman goes to the Caps. That would be sick.
I mean, no, he probably gets drafted by the Red Wings here.
No,
that could be
I
interesting
don't
too.
think so. I don't think so. Not the type of guys.
Yeah,
that
brought you
they
back
draft
in, Rico.
But my
Yzerman
gosh,
drafts
Hellenius
No.
at 14, that is a
Hellenius
friggin'
at
amazing pick.
So Buffalo picked at 14 Constant Hellenius. Constant Hellenius
Yeah.
from Finland. So, and I think he already played against men. So let me
Oh,
read
he's
you
in the
Constant
Finnish
Hellenius.
Elite League.
Oh,
Yeah. So I think Hellenius is one of the better two-way players in this draft. He's better than most people give him credit for. Hellenius' balanced skill set knows how to play to it, and knows how to use it to overpower opponents no matter their experience. I think Hellenius doesn't get enough love for the season he had, which saw him make big strides in Liga and Finland's national team programs. He might not be dynamic enough at the next level, but I still like him. Well, they got him at 14. He's 5'11", 189 pounds.
so Beer, generally speaking, I mean, like, how many of these kids are NHL ready? Like, how many do you think are gonna?
Celebrini, I don't even think he plays in the NHL next year.
So
I think
none of them are.
Guillaume is ready.
There's two that are ready. But I don't think Celebrini wants to go to play this year. He's ready, but he's not going to play. And yeah, Sally
He only
is
did
ready.
college once, and so I almost don't disagree with him going back to school. If that's what
I don't disagree with him either. But Saliev is ready, but he's in Russia, so he won't.
He won't be here until 2026. It sounds like.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
Hellenius says that the proverbial 200-foot center, all areas, all the time, and makes everyone around him better. Skilled, number one two-way center, comparable Braden Point.
Nice.
Yep, that's a great example.
He must be an outstanding skater if they're comparing.
I had him top 10.
Yep, you did. Yep,
So.
you said you had him top 10. Yep.
Yeah, Braden Point is a really good comparable. That's exactly what I see in Hellenius is Braden Point. Yeah, whoever that was a great pick by Buffalo. I don't know why. I don't understand. This draft is the weirdest draft I've seen. You're gonna take Seneca over Hellenius? Are you freaking kidding me? I don't get it. I
want to see Buffalo get good too. It's Buffalo. It's not going to attract marquee free agents. They're kind of like the Winnipeg Jets of the U.S. You know, it's just you got to draft well in Buffalo, and I hope it works out for them, especially with Lindy Ruff back there now.
That's true.
Yeah.
They got so much talent coming up, though. I don't even know what they're going to be. They're going to have to use some of it to bring in some other talent because you only got so many spots you can. There's only so many spots people can play, and they've got a ton of talent coming up. So I
got a question for you guys. Is there anybody in the draft that's left that you're surprised it hasn't been drafted yet?
Not for me.
After that pick, no, I don't think so.
That would have been the guy, right?
Yeah.
So you think after
Yzerman maybe
you think this is the second tier?
Yzerman maybe is a little surprised that he hasn't been drafted, but he was projected to go about 14th to Buffalo. So Buffalo felt like they needed center depth more than, and I like that. I like that for them because Cousins isn't really a center, right? I think he's more of a left wing, right wing guy. You know, Tage Thompson is plays center, but I think they probably would rather play him at left wing too. So Hellenius, that's if you get a two-way center, you got to take him, right?
And you got a Swedish defenseman as your number one defenseman, so the Finns and the Swedes are gonna have to get along in that room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just that whole left side there with now they have Power, they have Byram and Rasmus Dahlin, and they have maybe two of the best offensive defensemen not named Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes, and on the same team in Byram and Dahlin, and then Owen Power. Wait till that kid if he can find his offensive game. I mean, honestly, they don't need anything from him on the back. They're kind of like in the Ottawa Senators situation with their left side, just like crazy. You almost wonder if you move one of those like a right shot, like defensive defenseman or something. Like you move Power, Dahlin, one of those two. I mean, it sounds insane. Why would you do that? So
The next pick, I think, will be Solberg from Detroit.
Solberg. So that's where Stephen Ellis had Solberg going the next pick to St. Louis. He has the Red Wings drafting Michael Brandsteg-Nygaard, but Cole Eiserman's available, so I wonder if they take Cole Eiserman.
No, I don't think so. I think Eiserman's going to fall. I said that before it started. He's a one-trick pony right now, so he's a big project.
Yeah, but what I would say, Pearlo, to that criticism is that scoring goals is not easy. And if you find a kid that can score goals that's at a very high level, you can teach him how to be a two-way player and stuff like that. That's not unteachable.
He scores from the perimeter, though. He doesn't get into the spots. You can't do that in the NHL. You can't do what he does in the NHL in junior. He's got to get into the spots, and he's not that type of player yet.
Well, he's not played any high level hockey.
What he could be is
BU this year as a freshman. So
I think his ceiling is tipping. Oh, they did take Nygaard. They took the winger.
Occupancy, thanks for coming on with us, man. Appreciate you.
Red Wings love their Swedes.
We'll see you. We'll see you Tuesday, probably more than likely.
That's true. The Red Wings do like their Swedes.
We'll talk off screen. But thanks again, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you were invited. You didn't interrupt. I invited you and Mike. I think we'll be on too. I hope Mike comes on before that. So they had Brandsteg-Nygaard on their list a while ago. All right, see Occupancy. We'll go back to the widescreen a little bit here. So that's who he had. This is how Stephen Ellis had. He said, MBN, he calls him, has proven he can take over against his own age group and is a point per game player with Norway's men's national team too. So he's Norwegian. Nice. He has just under half a point per game with Mora IK in the second tier of the Swedish league, but he made a name for himself for just how much of a workhorse he is out there. It seems like he's going to give it every shift. He's got pro quality shot already. He might be not flashy, but Brandsteg-Nygaard will be a good NHLer. That is Stephen Ellis's draft summary on him. Let's say you guys on this one. I like MBN, by the way.
So what I'm reading about Nygaard is he needs to work on just his overall offensive plays. A second line two-way wing and is comparable as Brian Rust. In the competitive, he battles everywhere, creates advantages for his team. He's hard on the boards, goes to the net.
And you got to love that he's playing against pros already in Sweden and in Norway. So that's pretty cool. Pearlo, what do you got?
Yeah, his offensive upside is not really all that high, but it's a safe pick. He's probably going to be a third liner. I mean, you could pick a lot of players that would go with in that, but his compete level is what I'm sure Steve Yzerman likes. His compete level is fantastic. He's a very competitive player. So not a bad pick at all.
Yeah, and that's where he was projected to go by Stephen Ellis. I don't know, who did Bob McKenzie have going there at 15 there, Rico?
15, he had Trevor Connolly from Tri-City Americans at the USHL, 160 pound, 6 foot left winger, 78 points in 48 games.
Yeah, so Stephen Ellis has Connolly going 22 to Nashville.
Attitude problems with Connolly. Really bad attitude problems.
Yeah, he has that in his draft synopsis. He says, Connolly is high in talent, undeniable, but there is off-ice concerns that scouts are worried about. From a skill perspective, though, Connolly is a top talent in this draft class and is the makings of someone to be a top 6 contributor sooner than later. So, all right, there we go.
That's so huge, man. Off-ice stuff, man.
Well, especially after after what happened this year with Carter Hart and all those other guys involved in that.
And you can't hide anymore, man. If you're not a good kid, you're not a good kid.
Yeah. By the way, the Philadelphia guy Lachenko, I would compare him to Eric Halla.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be
okay. All right.
Same type of guy, somewhere around there.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I mean, dude, if you get a 10-year NHLer out of the one thing I would say is we know it's going to happen. Somebody underneath this is going to be a generational talent. There'll be a great player drafted between the second and seventh round. It's would be a top 10 if they redo the draft, almost guaranteed.
For sure. No doubt about it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You just never know how these guys are going to shape up.
Because they're only 17 years old, right? So you don't know how they're mature.
Yeah, 18 or 19 for some of them, I'm sure. But because there's kids that didn't get drafted last
17
year.
17 and 18, yeah. It's hard to project.
Yeah. Okay, so Caps, you got Blues up. Darkness, your Blues. If you're still with us, Darkness. By the way, we've had almost 50 people between X and here. Really appreciate you guys. You know, this is our 1 year anniversary going on. I'm repping Hot Take Hockey. He's doing his own stream. One thing about these smaller streams, we can actually have a conversation with you guys. When you have 500 people in your chat, it's a little harder to do so.
Nygaard, I would compare him to Niederreiter. That's about where like his top end would be like a guy like Niederreiter in Winnipeg, somewhere around there. Nothing wrong with that if he reaches that top end, but.
So Nygaard was the highest drafted Norwegian player in history.
I mean, dude, I can't think of a Norwegian player and not think Matt Zuccarello. Like, what a great player he is. Like, if
wasn't he Switzerland?
No, he's Norwegian.
Norwegian,
yeah. If you get a Matt Zuccarello.
See, the thing about
Adam Juracek for the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, nice pick. Yeah, that was a good pick.
Adam Juracek. And I've heard he's going to be better than David Juracek.
I'm not so sure, but I mean.
That comes from the agent Alan Walsh, who represents both Juracek brothers. But
Granstrom.
Pick for the Blues, yeah. I like the pick for.
He reminds me so much of Gavrikov when I watch him in the World Junior Championships.
Dude, who are
he
the
reminds
Capitals?
Me of that type of
the Capitals.
Now the Caps are up next.
Yep, they could take Yzerman. I could see him taking Yzerman. He has them taking Igor Chernyshev, a left wing out of Dynamo.
Oh, yeah.
Chernyshev didn't play much when he was in the KHL, but he got better as the season wore on. Among his age group, Chernyshev was one of the best. What stands out here is just how strong he is and how he leveraged noticeable power forward at 6'2", 196 winger attacks.
And they're not afraid to take Russians.
They will take Russians. The Capitals will take Russians. Yeah, but I wonder if they take this Cole Yzerman kid because he, you know.
Yeah. So. With Juracek, they say he competes hard, wants to make a difference, smart, and plays a game requisite purpose, takes on challenges. Number 2-3, 2AD, his comparable is Jonas Brodin.
And he's a right shot D.
Oh, that would be his top end Brodin for sure. I see it more like a Gavrikov. I don't think he's going to.
So Stephen Ellis had him taking Stian Solberg, a left shot D from Norway as well. So Solberg, by the way, 6'2", 201 pounds. That's a nice big D. Like, you need a big D there that you think's going to make it. Like Capitals, if you're looking at defense over forward. So Megan Shaika has Stein as the fourth best available. So if the Capitals took Chernyshev, he's the fifth best available. I don't know who we're taking.
I think they're going to take. I think Washington will take Solberg here. So,
you think they will?
Yeah, I think so. They like. Well, the thing I love about Washington is they value size a lot.
I was going to say that's why I take Liam Greentree out of Windsor, man.
Yeah.
215-pound winger that got 90 points in 64 games, 36 goals.
He would just fit right in with like Tom Wilson and
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who,
I
hey,
could see that too. I could see that.
Speaking
He's
of
a
which-
little older player, but
who signs Anthony Mantha in free agency? He had a pretty good year. It got buried when he got traded to Vegas, but he had over 20 goals for the Capitals this year. He was really having a pretty good year and playing pretty well two-way. And Carberry had those guys coming. What do you think? I could see him making a dent in Montreal's lineup because, you know, being from there and stuff. But I was curious where you guys thought he might go.
yeah, Montreal would make sense, I guess. Bring some size to that because they got some young, smaller players there in the middle.
Let's check out my boy.
I wouldn't even mind him in Toronto, but I know Toronto's looking at Amadio out of Vegas as well too.
Wasn't Amadio with Toronto once before? Wasn't he a pick by them or something?
Is he? Maybe. Sounds like a Toronto name.
I could see him going to Utah. They need size there in Utah. I could see that, but he doesn't play with the size really. Like, I could see him going to Pittsburgh. Like, there's a lot of teams he could go to depending on how much he wants. Pittsburgh needs a top 6 forward there. Utah. I think there's a lot of teams that'll be interested, but I don't think anybody's going to want to pay like big, like $3 million for a couple of years or something like that.
Where does Corey Perry go? The guy says he wants to play another 5 years.
Wouldn't you bring him back if you're Edmonton? Like 800,000. I mean, just bring him back at league min.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't.
Edmonton's like the Siberia of hockey, man. They put players up there and they just keep them in a cell so they behave.
Okay, Pearlo said he would draft Solberg if he was the Capitals. Conte Kaki has best available: Yzerman, Greentree, Bodune, Hodge, Solberg, Vanacker, and Connolly. I hope they take this Greentree kid.
Greentree is Ryan Leonard, Greentree, like they just big boy Washington.
Greentree, Ryan Leonard, Tom Wilson.
Oh, but
I could see Greentree. I could see it quite a bit. I could see that, but they need defensemen in their system. They need defensemen. Oh, they went way off the board.
Parashak.
I don't even know who the hell that is.
Huh. Here, I want to hear what Hot Take's gonna say. I'll unmute him here. You guys can hear too. See what he's saying. Oh, did he freeze?
No, it wasn't way off the board. He was 5th overall. He's small. They went with the small guy.
Over 40 goals as a defenseman.
He's a right winger.
Right winger.
Yeah. He had a lot of production in the WHL. I wasn't able to watch him too much, but I need to learn more about Parasek because I saw. Again, I'm not going to be that guy. I saw how many points he got. I haven't been able to watch him much, to be honest. I think I had him just from talking.
43 goals, 62 assists.
Put him in my late first round.
Oh, he went off the board this year. Like, he went off this year in the Western Hockey League. He had 105 points in 68 games, man.
Put up 43 goals in 68 games.
Washington is like one of the best drafting teams in the league. No doubt about it. So I wouldn't doubt that he turns out to be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, so this is what this kid says. Can do it all offensively at 5-on-5, the power play and in tough spots, kills penalties, solid defensively, impacts games in multiple ways. Top two line two-way wing is comparable Seth Jarvis.
Wow.
Yeah, they get a Seth Jarvis.
Oh yeah, Leaf fans love Seth Jarvis.
I wouldn't doubt. Yeah.
I want to see.
I wouldn't doubt if Washington found somebody here for sure because they're just such good at draft. They're so good at drafting.
So he had him as the 46. Stephen Ellis had him as a 46 ranked pro from playing prep hockey a year ago to finishing 8th in the WHL and scoring. Parachek was a revelation this season. He finished with 43 goals and 105 points while producing a 2-point per game pace throughout large portions of the season. Parachek kicked off the postseason with a hat trick in game 1, his second of the year after scoring his first in the game, and ended up with 14 points in 12 playoff games. Some scouts are worried his game isn't rounded enough and that playing on an offensively dominant team has helped him significantly, and his skating is a real problem.
Yeah, his hockey sense.
He's got a skating.
He's got to work on his skating, but his hockey sense is like a full 5 out of 5 on the projections.
Oh, all right.
But if you got an attitude, it's the attitude, right? Like guys like Toffoli, they said like that reminds me almost exactly what they said about Toffoli when he was drafted. Like, and maybe he's kind of like that type of dude. When you got an attitude and a work ethic, you can get your skating up there.
Who does Chicago go here? Yeah, I don't have anything. This is the first time in forever the Capitals have drafted somebody I haven't even heard his name. So we'll see. They passed on some real high skill.
Now, if you're Chicago, you go for Greentree because you need some size to play with Bedard.
You take Greentree, you think?
I probably would because they took a D in their last pick. So I think you just need some size to play with Bedard. Unless you take Yzerman, then you get Bedard to Yzerman. You got a sniper and a playmaker.
Since 2001, Parachek has had the 4th most points by a rookie.
Who are the other guys? Name some of the Western Hockey League. That's a tough league.
Crosby and Gagne.
Was it?
Gagne was up there. Yeah.
If you get Sam Gagne kind of career out of this Parachek guy,
he had more point. He had more points than Ehlers. One more point than Ehlers in the same as a rookie. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's no way.
And if he's got a work ethic like they're saying, then his skating will probably improve enough that he'll be a player. Nice pick. Jeez, that came right out of nowhere.
Parachek was not expecting to be drafted there. You can tell.
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, I think some of that is some veteran guys. Catherine.
The more you look at it, the more you go, wow, okay, this kid's freaking did some shit. Like
I trust Brian McClellan because I feel like most of the moves he's made have benefited the team.
McClellan is a great general manager. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I just feel like he hasn't burned us. The jury's still out on the Rasmus Sandin trade. I mean, obviously, I think Easton Cowan's going to be a heck of a player for the Leafs there, and that was the pick they used to draft Easton Cowan. So, yeah, let's see who Chicago gets here.
Could Yzerman slip to 23? I don't think so, but
I didn't think Yzerman was going to go this far.
Sasha Bouvier from Muskegon.
Sasha Beaufort. Big boy. They went with the big boy.
Yeah, you said big boy. You said big boy, not the Greentree that you were expecting.
Yeah, I thought they went with the big boy. 6'2", 180. Center left wing.
I'm looking for him on Ellis's scouting here. Oh, he has him as 25. He has him the 25th pick. Oh, what the hell? He says, I'll give you the synopsis real quick and then want to hear from you guys. Sasha Bouvier is real. Let's see. Sasha Bouvier from Muskegon in the USHL. Bouvier is relied on heavy to do a bit of everything in Muskegon. It's so impressive that he managed to put up 36 goals and 68 points in 61 games while still being the team's best two-way forward with great defensive awareness. Bouvier has good skill, competitiveness, and reads plays well as any center in the draft. I don't think he'll be high-end scorer in the NHL, but 50 points would be an attainable goal. But they like him for his two-way play there. So Chicago trying to maybe reaching on a guy too that they feel like maybe has a little bit more upside than maybe people are projecting. So
I think it's another safe pick where if anytime you're already good two-way at that age, that's a big benefit. So
yeah, you can always get better at offense. I mean, look at Ty Domi. He got better. Like his last 2 years were like his 2 highest scoring years in his career. He progressively got better as a skill guy.
You know, I love the USHL, man.
Yeah, you like that?
I love it. I remember the Thunder Bay Flyers used to have the USHL team, and Patrick Sharp played for Thunder Bay Flyers. They're awesome. So I think Muskegon's a Muskegon Fury, if I remember what they're called, but he's projected as a second line offensive center. His comparable's Ivan Barbashev. He's got to work on his shot a little bit, and apart from that, everything's almost well rounded for him.
Okay, who does Vegas draft here? Vegas.
I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised Solberg hasn't gone yet. I like that kid a lot. For a left-handed defenseman, he's a big kid.
Yeah,
he's not going to be the most offensive guy in the world, but I'm really surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, Solberg, the other Norwegian. Yeah, he's slated.
He had 15 points in 42 games playing against men in Norway last year. Not too shabby.
Him or Greentree or that Chemishkov guy from Moscow.
Yeah. It seems like the Russian factor is still there.
Yeah, I mean, what? Kaprizov went, 135th overall? Kaprizov?
Yeah, I mean, that draft gets
to wait an extra year for.
Yeah, well, I mean, this Mitchkov kid, too, could be special, so.
Oh, he's going to be good. It's just Philly had to wait an extra year, but hello, man.
They got him earlier. They got him earlier than expected. They thought he was going to come for 3 seasons. So they got him points than one.
He had more points in the KHL than Kaprizov at the same age. So the only thing is,
I mean, if he's on par with Kaprizov, that is such a huge win. If he's better than Kaprizov, they redo that draft. Look at all the teams that passed on him. He went
the only thing that's tough is he's only 150 pounds.
Yeah,
I remember sitting here last year, Beard, when you thought that he might slip to Washington, and we're like, "What the hell is going on? Nobody's taking this guy."
Yeah, I was so hoping he was gonna fall to us. But I like Ryan Leonard. Like, that wasn't a terrible pick. I mean, they had no choice.
No, that was a good
they would have 1,000,000% drafted Mishkov. I guarantee it. So
Leonard had a good year in college this year. Looks like that's a really good pick as well.
Yeah, and he's not coming out. He's going back to BC. So, like, we won't even probably see him till the end of next year. So, yeah. So 42 people with us. Appreciate you. Leave a like, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Darkness says he's happy with your check pick. I think he's got good upside. Yeah, it's a nice pick. Let's see who Vegas. When's the last time Vegas had a
Nobody wants to see your butt. Nobody wants to see your ass.
Do I got a puppy in here? I do.
This has got to be Solberg. No, it doesn't have to be. We get down to this part of it's a weaker draft down here too, so they're going to be looking for guys.
Do you think they take that big boy?
Maybe. I think a lot of the picks here have been based on attitude more than initial talent because it's such a young draft. I should have taken that into consideration. You got a 17-year-old kid that acts very, very mature and has got a lot of talent. You're probably taking him over a guy that looks like he's got more talent, but maybe not as mature. So, yeah, I should have really, but I can't be there. I don't, I'm not. Pretty much whatever Vegas does is probably the right thing to do because they're just so good at everything. That doesn't look like a European.
Proud to select from Tri-Cities of the USA.
Oh, they took Connolly. They went with the attitude, dude. Wow.
Yeah, Vegas, that won't be a problem. He'll be good to go. He'll be fine. With Bruce Cassidy there, I don't see he'll be fine.
Since when's George McPhee been in Nashville?
Nashville. He's been the GM from day one. He was the first.
Oh no,
GM
that's Vegas. Sorry, I thought you said Nashville picked.
No,
No.
Vegas Golden Knights.
pick.
Vegas Golden Knights take Trevor Connolly from
Sorry, there was a
from
cat in the way.
California too.
Oh, way to get a guy with an attitude problem in Las Vegas.
That's what I said. That's what I said, Rico. Where you been?
Sorry, I was blocked by a cat.
Hey, where do you get cats blocking Rico, the analyst on any other stream? We got a cat blocking. Oh gosh, Rico, I love it. Yeah, this is a good. I like this move for them, man. High risk, high risk,
High reward. Yeah. If he gets his attitude in check, the guy's better than most.
I don't even know. Do we know what the attitude stuff is? I haven't heard any.
Well, he's had off-season issues. He's had on
Who cares, man?
ice
It's
issues.
the attitude era in
He's had
Vegas.
tons. He's had tons of shit like that. But
that's a veteran team, though. Like they got Mark Stone. Hold on. Let me go. Mark Stone, one of the best captains in the NHL. They got Pietrangelo, a former captain and two-time Stanley Cup champion. They got, if they keep Marchessault, they got a lot of veteran leadership on that team.
Thomas Hurdle's there for another 20 years.
I heard off-ice stuff with Eichel, and look how well he's played since he's been there. So, and also they all live in Henderson. They don't live in Vegas, so no one lives in Vegas.
Not to the same level. Like it's been a lot. He's got to get there to get that leadership.
Yeah, that's fair too. Yeah, he's got to get there. Yep, it's fair.
He's got to get there.
Yeah. But if this kid tears it up in the A or stays in the USHL and tears it up, it's gonna be interesting. Okay, Teddy couldn't stay, Occupancy couldn't stay, but Lou Lamoriello, nobody's more tight-lipped here. Who does McKenzie have?
Again, another draft with no trades either.
Yo, we had a trade. Minnesota traded up one pick.
Is this number 18 coming up, Beard?
This is 20.
This is 20?
This is 20.
Sorry, I had a cat in front of me. Okay, so he's got Stian Solberg from Norway at 20.
I thought he would have been gone by now. Yeah.
So Mr. Solberg's going next. 6'1.5", 205 pound, left-hand shot, physical and territorial. Doesn't concede space. Jumps into the play offensively. Very good skater and uses that to his advantage. Number 2 or 3D, comparable Braden McNabb.
So Kelly McCrinnon's here telling Leah Hextall that you want to get high-end skill this far in the draft. You can get that kind of high-end skill. You got to take it. Kind of trust that guy's drafting too. Feel like even though Vegas doesn't keep a lot of their younger players, I thought they missed on Tanner Glass, but they've done pretty well outside of that. And
yeah, it's hard to argue with their record in drafting. They've done
I mean, even if the players don't end up being good for them, they're good for other teams. Alex Tuch, good. He's a good player. That was a good pick. Yeah. You can't take that away from them. So I love when they were like, peeps are like, they're going to hire Kelly McCrinnon. And like Vegas is like, nope, we're going to promote Kelly McCrinnon, and George McPhee is going to become the president of Hockey Ops. So the president of Hockey Ops in Nashville is a former Washington guy anyway, and Barry Trotz. So Barry Trotz is the head guy in there. So it'll be interesting because Nashville drafts at 22. Montreal's got another pick. Yeah, so LA traded back. They went from 21 to 26. So they must not have liked anybody in that area of the draft, too. Go ahead, Pearlo. I'm sorry.
I still can't for the life of me understand how Seneca went third. That blows me away.
Oh, this is what Catherine's saying.
I
He
hope
this is
if
what he did.
Anaheim
This is
is
what Connolly
right.
did. Posted a pic of a friend in front of a swastika, allegedly said a slur during a game, but then denied that. Okay. So he's a kind of a chucklehead.
Well, he did way more than that. You're not going to hear everything he did, but
she's just saying this is what's known. So we'll hear.
That's what's known now. There was a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
So
but good for Vegas. Good for Vegas. They took a shot at. I mean, because the kid's got top 15 talent, no doubt about it. So all they got to do is
I
get
hope
him
Solberg slips to the Leafs, man.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah, shit. That would be amazing if they did that. The Islanders will pick somebody like just so vanilla, the most vanilla guy you could think of. Probably like Michael Hagg, somebody like that. Michael Hagg will probably be a fourth liner.
And to make our pick, our captain on this league.
Yeah, they were asking if Bob McKenzie wishes he was back with TSN instead of like semi-retired. And he's like, this is the absolute dreading time of year because he got the Stanley Cup going from Florida to Edmonton and back. And then he got to go to Vegas for the draft. And then
they took Eisenman, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Snipes.
I wonder if big time Kimmy Kim is stoked about Cole Iserman, our friend Kim in the crease, Isles Girl 3.
You have to be.
You know who a couple scouts that I read about compared Iserman to? Wallstrom, which they have already there in the island. That's pretty much what they said he would do. So.
Well, we'll see. He's going to Boston University too. I think he's a Northeast kid. He was on Morning Cup of Hockey yesterday, and I was really impressed with the kid. Yeah, he was. I was really impressed with him. He seemed like
he's
pretty down to earth kid. Yeah, he's a Northeastern kid anyway. He seemed pretty down to earth, man. I think he likes to fish.
Oh, here we go. Here's your pretty. He's got a good comparable. Beard, best goal scorer in the draft. Hungry, hard, determined scorer. Knows how and when to get open. Pounds a puck. Elite scoring winger. Comparable. Philip Forsberg.
Yeah.
Oh.
So to get a Philip Forsberg at 20 in the draft, pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think he's got a long way to go to get there, but yeah.
So
he's got a shot like I would say honestly, if I had to take it to his high ceiling, Lion-A. He reminds me of Lion-A a lot.
You know, now that you say that, Pearlo, his weakest in the scouting report is hockey sense.
Yeah. He doesn't have much hockey sense. He's just a shooter for
I just think they're so good at scouting these kids too that if a player doesn't show he has intelligence on the ice, I think it's definitely going to scare GMs off of him. Even though he's got more goals than Cole Caulfield, Phil Kessel, Patrick Kane, and Will Smith in the U.S. development program history.
His shot is insane, though. Like, you just can't deny.
That's what I'm saying. You can't teach goal scoring, man, like that.
He shoots. He can pick corners from everywhere. This kid, like, he's crazy that way. But there's more to the game than that. And in the NHL, you don't get the opportunity to do that. You know, you got to be able to get into spots. So if you can teach him to get in, he reminds me of Tippett in Philadelphia. Tippett was a lot like that. He had to learn to get into spots. And now look at, he's a 25 to 30 goal scorer. But, I mean, when he was in Florida, he barely played. He had a great shot, but he didn't know how to get to the spots to score. So that's kind of what he reminds me of. But his top end is Lion-A. Like he's got a shot as good as Lyon is. That he could be that good.
At least Cole Eiserman didn't have a giant mustache and like some sideburns because those would be gone. Playing on a Lou Lamoriello team. He's got a baby face. So
yeah, you can't have facial hair for Lamoriello. I don't know what the heck that's about.
The Yankees have the same rule.
Yeah, the Yankees too. Yeah.
The military used to have that too.
I'd like to know what the philosophy behind that is.
Oh, I think it's very much military discipline for sure. With Lou Lamoriello. Sure. Yeah.
But you do want your players looking meaner, and that's why you grow playoff beards, because you just look a lot tougher on the ice.
I don't think they grew playoff beards, the Islanders. I don't think they did.
I don't know about that. I never paid attention to it. I would think that he would.
I think if you have that rule, I don't think they did.
Yeah.
The playoff beard used to be just kind of a superstition. Some teams used to do it. It's like, oh, we're not going to shave, until we're done with the job, winning the cup. And I think it just sort of caught on, like superstitious wise, because I even remember, like back in the '90s, you didn't see that all out.
Yeah. Well, it looks meaner when you're playing a team and everybody looks like Grizzly Adams out there. It starts getting a little carnivorish, and you start wanting to eat each other alive and kill each other. And
what do you say? What do you say about
even McDavid? McDavid looked like, he had that big beard at the end.
McDavid has a good beard.
He has a good beard.
Yeah, like Matthias Ekholm looked like a Viking, like he does all year long.
Matthias Ekholm has that beard year round, though. So that's kind of like he has that beard.
Bennett
has a good beard.
Bennett shaved it off. Did you see the cup videos after? He's got a little baby face.
He should have kept it. Matthew Tkachuk, I totally got it. He looks better without it. He has a terrible
beard. What about the guy standing on the corner of the street with the cup and people are just driving by?
Dude, if you've been to that area, like you can walk out. They are supposed to stop if you've been to that area, they're supposed to stop, and no one fucking does. So you just have to be careful. Like I've been there. I've been down to the elbow room and stuff. That's all they did. They just walked it from the elbow room to the beach. It's right there. And there's like $300,000-$400,000 cars going down. There are people going down there. Like there's so much spring breakers and vacationers there, man. Like that people are going down there cruising, basically. That's why it's so bad.
Montreal took Hag. Montreal took him.
Hage is out.
I thought is it Hage?
Michael Hage from the USHL, Chicago. Yeah. Center. Wow.
Dude, I didn't know that the elbow room had a live stream.
Yeah, you can check it out. Upstairs, where all the VIPs are at. Like that's where all they were. They don't have one up there. It's just for the down.
Yeah.
This kid is.
I guess Matt Tkachuk has a place just down the road from the elbow room, right on the water, and that's kind of where they went after.
Right?
Because they partied in the locker room till like 3 or 4 in the morning. They stayed right in the locker room, I think, and then they brought it over to Tkachuk's, and they were up at a decent hour.
Dude, could you imagine like living on the beach in Fort Lauderdale? So nice. It'd be so nice. What a terrible place to live. It was so awesome.
Okay, so who's this Hage guy?
Let me give you
he's pretty vanilla guy. Like
looks like it.
Yeah, he could be like anywhere.
Looks a little young and immature a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. He's probably like 5.
Michael Hage, 6 foot, 188 pounds, 75 points in 50 games. Could play center or right wing. From Mississauga, just down the road from me. And Craig Button says he's a second-line two-way wing center, and his comparables Drake Batherson. And his scouting report says basically pretty high-end in every category, so all-around player.
Yeah, he's an all-around guy. Yeah, he could play anywhere. Yeah, it's like a utility guy. Yeah.
Drake
I thought it was
Batherson,
Hagee, but it's I've been
Hage.
calling him I've been calling him Haggy up until now, and it's Hage. Where did I get
So
that
this
from? Because
he had him as the 20th out of 120. Stephen Ellis had him as his 20th ranked prospect, right behind Liam Greentree. Says Hage has a huge first full season with the Steel. He was with the Chicago Steel in the USHL, scoring 33 goals in 54 games. Occupancy to come on here real quick. It's exactly what expected from him after a great under-16 season with the Toronto Junior Canadiens, and helped him solidify his status as a first-round pick. Hage was one of the NHL's best pure forwards with a combination. I don't know what he said there. A combination of size, great skating, tremendous puck handling. As far as pure center goes, Hage is one of the best available this year. I'd like to see him add more muscle mass, but I think he's going to end up being one of the best prospects taken in the second half of the first round. So Stephen Ellis likes him a lot. And who just got him? Occupancy, you're muted. So.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you back.
Where did I go?
Huh?
I can't see me on the screen.
You're on here. Oh, you froze up on us. You froze.
Oh, really? Let me get my.
Yeah, you're not moving. You're not moving on the screen. Yeah, I'll just come back. Yeah, just log back in. All right. Yeah, hey, appreciate it. We have 45 people between X and here, and I know who knows. So that was the scouting report from Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff. Rico read you Bob McKenzie's occupancy. Since we got you back, what do you think of the Cole Yzerman pick by the New York Islanders?
It was the first thing I had up on my X feed, and I'm excited for the young man. I think he's worked hard to get where he is. Newburyport, Massachusetts, born 2006.
Yeah, I knew he was a mascot. I think they live in Maine now.
USA Hockey on the bucket there. So feeling good.
Highest goal scoring of all time in the U.S. development program, just past Cole.
I'm excited for the young man.
Yeah, I think he's going to do well there. And they need scoring. Like if any team needs scoring, it's that. I'd like to see that kid on the wing with Barzell there. Barzell's a pretty good passer. Not a great finisher. That might make, between him and Barzell, that might make one heck of a hockey player.
Well, is he going back or is he NHL ready, you think?
Well, no, he's going to play this year at BU. This is going to be his freshman year at BU and Yzerman. So,
Yzerman's not ready for a while.
Yeah, he's never said he was coming out. He's going to play. He's going to play. He's probably going to play 2 or 3 years at BU, I think. Yeah,
I think three for sure. But BU is a great. He's going to a good place to learn how to.
James.
It's like the sled dogs up. It's like you can't. You're not running puppies. First year you gotta let them. You gotta let them grow into it. No, but I really am. I mean, look, he's going to be in the Northeast there. It's good. Geographically, I always talk about that, and the storyline with Iginla and Doan coming back together for some. You guys already discussed the Utah draft pick there. I mean, a lot of storylines. What are you guys liking on the board tonight?
Just wait.
I'm liking that New Jersey got Silikev in number 10. Pearlo's been wondering why he went.
I'm glad you said it. Can't for the life of me understand how the heck he dropped to 10, man. Just cannot understand that. Yeah.
Kind of like Detroit too, and I Stevie Y, and they took that Nygaard kid, the highest drafted Norwegian in the history of the country, and they like their two-way wingers. They're Norwegian, so that'll be interesting too in Detroit. Or no, he's a Swedish player, Nygaard, isn't he, Pearlo?
Norwegian.
No, Norwegian.
Norwegian, yeah. Norwegian.
We have a dog now making the stream view. Typees is here. What's up,
your little paddleboard buddy.
Yes, the KBs. All 5 of them go with me on the paddleboard. All right. I love the GMs that are just up there name the selection. Next year, it's going to go real fast because there won't be. I think we'll see more trades too when they're not centralized. So no more. This is the last of the centralized drafts. No more centralized drafts. KP agrees with that.
What do you mean by centralized?
The GMs won't, they'll be at their home base like the NFL does it. So the kid will come out and get the thing from the commissioner, bam, gone. So Bettman will do the first round like Goodell does the first round, and then you won't have the GMs walking the stage, or maybe the Zoom announcement or whatever, where they make the announcement or whatever, if the GMs do it, or Bettman will read it off. It'll be fast. I think it'll be a faster draft. So they took Igor Surin.
Yeah, he was up there in a lot of drafts. I don't know much about him.
Russian kid, 6'1", 197 center. What do you think of that?
Nashville's really good at drafting, so they probably have a good read here. I don't know.
Yeah, Igor Surin was off the board a little bit.
So 32, Stephen L said of 32, he goes, Surin was the man on the mission throughout the MHL playoffs. That's like the juniors of Russia. Only being outpaced by Ivan Davidov. He played great during the second half, where it seemed like he was more in control of his own body and not trying to hit guys for the sake of throwing hits. Oh, he likes to throw hits? I already like this pick. And wow, he'll fit in great with Nashville, right? Discipline can be issue at points, but he's so skilled with a great shot and quick hands. If Surin can put anything together consistently without trying to get cute with the puck, he'll be a steal. The upside is real here, and he's a smart playmaker. Go ahead, Rico. What do you got?
Nah, you know what? He's off the board, so I didn't really do too much homework on him. All I know is he's from Yaroslavl. Rest in peace, Pavel Dimitra. So nice to see a kid get drafted out of Yaroslavl as well, too. But then Bob McKenzie had him ranked right around Steve Ellis, too. He had him at 34. So just slightly off the board. He could play center or right wing. He's almost 200 pounds, 52 points in 42 games, so over 20 goals. Seems like a versatile guy up front. Can move around a couple different positions. You could either start him on a wing and then move him to center as he gets filled out a little bit. So, like all the Russian guys, whether he's coming over next year, 2 years, or so, it is a bit of a risk to try and get somebody to fill in the roster right away. But again, the deeper the draft goes, the more wild cards there are. So, I mean, it looks like he was projected a little lower than he went. So, obviously, they saw something in him.
He's got a heavy work ethic. He's not that big. He's only 5'10". That's what I got here on my draft.
I think they were saying 6'1". Did I miss that?
Yeah, on TSN it's 6'3". Like they're starting to do quarter inches now. So I don't know.
That's weird because if you go to mynhldraft.com, which is like where I generally go, they say he's only 5'10".
Well, these kids grow, man. They're still growing. I mean, like some of them, they say men don't stop growing until they're about 21 in some cases.
Yeah.
So,
but it's just pure work ethic, dude. That's what I hear from every. Ellis is like, he's trying to hit guys a lot. Like he's got a hell of a work. So it's never a bad idea to take a guy like that has like a heavy work ethic. So.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a little bit of a high head and he turns the puck over a little bit, but like Stephen Ellis saying, he could be a steal in the draft. And, I think a lot of teams this late in the draft are just taking a chance on potential. Like, if you have a guy you like that you think the ceiling is higher, I'm sure there are guys, like we saw at least a couple examples of teams drafting guys that they know will be in their lineup at some point, whether they'll be high end or not. They'll be bottom 6 guys or whatever. That they know they'll play for them. You like that. That I think we saw several examples of that. We've seen other examples where teams are like, we're going to take a risk on this kid. We think he could be something special because we think his ceiling is so much more. And then you get that value late in the draft, right? It's just that I think it really just depends on your philosophy. I mean, last year, though, I felt like Seattle was a team of second liners throughout their whole lineup, and they didn't have any high-end talent, and they beat the defending Cup champs, and they took Dallas to 7 games. So they could have been in the conference. So I'm saying sometimes when it comes to the playoffs, too, sometimes you don't have that game breaker. I mean, not everybody can have a Connor McDavid. There's very few of those guys, so it's going to be interesting. It's just really interesting to see how teams are built. Like if you build through the draft and believe in building through the draft, but look what Bill Zito did. Like they didn't really build through the draft. I mean, Ekblad's a pick that they made, but that wasn't Zito. And I heard they were trying to move him today too. His name was popping up on the rumor boards. They were trying to trade him.
Who's that?
Ekblad.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised actually. They're a heavy analytics team, and he has been going down for like 3 years now.
When he's been there 11 seasons, so like if you're gonna move up,
I think there's enough perception that Ekblad is a top pairing defenseman.
Oh, we got a trade.
Oh, cool. What the hell? Got a trade.
In exchange for picks 31 and 58.
Maple Leafs trade 23rd to the Ducks for picks 31 and 58. So they will still have a first round pick, but they're trading late. Rico gets up, our Maple Leafs fan.
That'll be interesting to see who they take here after trading up like that.
So Anaheim likes somebody here.
Yeah.
And they're trading into the pick at 23.
At this
Goldberg's
stage,
still on the board. Let's see who hot take hockey.
Green Tree is still out there. Emery, a big right-handed defenseman, is still out there.
Shout out HGH, by the way. I think he has a few people in his chat. I don't know. How do you even tell on that?
Get to see their new jerseys now. Orange jerseys.
Yeah, the jerseys are being made by the same company that made the Adidas ones. I think they've made all the last like 30 years of jerseys. But the styles, I love the Ducks New Jersey. Orange, that's what you're talking about?
I like the colors, yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good logo.
Yeah, the logo's sick. I like that logo. That's their best logo. They should have never went away from that logo. I know Flyers fans are a little pissed they did that orange, but it's like, they're in the Western Conference, man. You ain't gonna see them that much.
It's not the same orange either. It's lighter.
Yeah, it's not. I get why they think they own the color, but Hot Take Hockey is super disappointed they traded back. I think he would have wanted Green Tree. I think he's Green Tree, Solberg.
It's Orange County. It's Orange County. They're in Orange County. Like, how do you? It's no doubt that you're going to take orange. Makes sense.
Yeah, but
you're in Orange.
But most of those guys live in Newport Beach. Yeah, no, I love that. You're talking about the color. That's fair, Pearlo.
Talking about the color. They're in Orange County.
They're in Orange County. But there's an
They took Solberg finally. Remember this pick. This is a great pick. I would have took it way earlier. I like Solberg. This is a great pick. I like this pick.
Change things. It's a man that's beaten pancreatic cancer. Making our selection is Sudarshan Maharaj.
So did Anaheim make up for that Bennett Second kid or whatever by taking this guy now?
Well, I don't think Seneke is bad.
Solberg is a nice pick here at 23.
Absolutely.
But if you're the Leafs, don't you want that player? Why would you trade back? I guess you.
I don't know, because they're the Leafs.
Oh, wait! I just stepped away. What did I miss with the Leafs?
The Leafs traded this pick, Rico.
They traded back to get 2 second-rounders.
Yeah, well, no, they got a 31st pick. That's a first rounder, and then they got another second round. They traded back, so they got an extra second round. Hot Take Hockey looks down bad.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I can't.
if that's the case,
I
take
like
Liam Greentree. Is he still around?
Yeah, he's still around. Yeah, but he's probably going to go in the first round here somewhere. I thought Solberg would have been earlier than this, but I really like this
Right.
kid. That was a nice pickup. I don't think Seneca is a bad player, but he's super young and he had, he's one of the youngest players in the draft and he had just over a point a game in junior, which is pretty impressive. He's just a winger, and I just think that there was a lot of talent out there that I wouldn't really pick a winger in
If
that
Demidov
spot.
turns into be a player, man, I think everybody's gonna regret not drafting that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they say he's a
I
number
mean,
2, number 3D, Braden McNabb type player. Needs to improve
Yeah.
his puck skills a bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
this Cole,
he's
guy
a
here.
defensive defenseman, but he's really good.
So he gets drafted at 25. Stephen Ellis had him ranked out of 120. He had to rank 21. He said scouts really have come around on Solberg. So much of that he looks like a lock for a first round after starting outside the second. He's 6'2", 201 pounds. Gotta love that. Something that has helped him play against men for the better part of the past 3 years. He's been playing against men for the last 3 years. His best play was in the IHHF World Championship, where he was Norway's best defenseman by a long shot. He took some dumb penalties, but Solberg isn't afraid to play on the edge, and he liked him for that. I'm excited to see what he can do with the NHL in a few years.
Utah's picking up this next pick to trading
with Colorado
to the Avalanche.
So now we're seeing a bunch of trades all of a sudden. Interesting. At the backside of the draft here, I'll be right back.
I knew it was going to happen, that more trades are going to happen as the first tier of players are gone, because there's just too many scouts are scouting out certain players and they've got their eye on them and they'll make moves to get them.
If they drop to that point,
yeah, it's too wide open once it gets past the obvious ones.
Obviously, Utah is going to be blue and black. Are they going to actually? Utah's still not going to tell you what their jersey is going to look like. I thought they were going to do that at the draft. Like obviously, the colors are blue and black.
That is their jersey. I think it's just the words across it. They're just going with the.
Yeah, their moniker. I mean, their jersey is blue and black, obviously, but like what they still haven't announced what their actual moniker is going to be. The Yeti or whatever.
Yeah, they're just going to stick with the hockey club for the first year.
Oh, they're going to do it the whole year like that?
That's what I thought I heard. I could be wrong. I mean,
I didn't. Well, you could be right. I didn't hear that, but maybe they'll stick with it. The Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to be the Utah work from homes.
Yeah.
No.
Utah hockey. Well, the smart thing is they can sell those jerseys as a Utah Hockey Club, and then the second year they can say what they actually are. So it's all probably a financial decision, right? So
great marketing, huh? You got to buy all the Utah HC jerseys, and then when the real team comes out, you buy a whole slew of them again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna pay for so much shit.
Yeah.
I like the JT Gillen pick from them, though. I do. I think that kid's going to definitely play in the NHL. I like that.
Yeah, for sure. I love that pick.
It just weird does like the Utah using the teal look a little bit San Jose, then a little bit Seattle-ish, and then Utah's kind of got that same sort of bluish tinge, or is it just me?
It's different than any other team out there, and it's a decent color combo. That's what I like. They're doing dark too. They're doing like a black.
I like
Look at their suits, man. Look at the suits, bro. Bill, aren't they all dressed in the same suit? I love it. So class. That guy was so cool. The fact that I talked to him about the Hockey Hall of Fame, about Bill Armstrong's burner account Twitter thing was awesome. The fact that he knew about it and was really cool about it. And I spoke to his wife. His wife was a sweetheart. They were really hoping everything worked out in Arizona. They said they loved it there.
They
I
do
like
that
the
every
fact that-
year. Arizona. Remember they had the maroon suits last year. They always go up there with the same suits.
I love it. Yeah, he's a skilled guy. And imagine, I feel for all those players, man, having to uproot. I'm sure those guys loved living in Arizona. It's a great place. I mean, Biz lives there.
Oh, they took Baudouin.
Barry Colt, Kyle Baudouin, two-way center.
Yeah. Okay. So has EJ Emery been drafted?
No, not yet.
No.
Right shot to D. He has him as the 18th. Has Teddy Stiga been drafted? He has him at 17. He had Connolly at 15. Seneca he had at 14.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the Seneca. I'm probably going to be burnt by saying that because, I mean,
now you're starting to think he's going to be real high end, like they just took a shot like this kid.
Verbeek is a smart dude. Like, I even like the fact that he passed on Fantilli last year. So, you know, I'll probably look stupid at the end of the day.
Oh, dude, Leo Carlson's awesome, man. That kid he would have been a rookie of the year candidate if he didn't have the injury.
I liked Carlson more than Fantilli last year. And when they picked him
I think the book is still out on Fantilli. I think Fantilli has a super high end. I mean, there were some people saying that Fantilli and Bedard were 1A. And I was like, man.
He's got high end talent offensively, but Carlson's got a much more mature attitude and a much more complete game. That's the reason why I liked it. So I mean, Verbeek seems not to be making too many mistakes. So I'm probably going to look stupid by saying
Catherine Craig says she loves Fantilli. We need people to play with him to match his speed. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not saying Fantilli's a bad player, but Fantilli was excited to go to Columbus, which is a good thing. So I think,
I'm not saying Fantilli's a great player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's bad at all. But just saying, if I had a choice, I would have took Leo. That's all.
What do you think of this Baudouin? Go ahead.
Yeah, Cole Baudouin, it says hard, heavy, third-line center comparable is Adam Lowry. He leans hard on opponents, asserts and makes you battle for everything you get. Prototypical playoff player. Offensive play could use a little bit of work. His skating could use a bit of work, and his shot could use a bit of work.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be your top 6, but he's got. If he could be a Lowry, that would be freaking amazing. Like,
Yeah. Teddy, you were going to say something about Carlson.
No, I mean, you look at where these guys play the toughest competition to even get to that level. And I was looking at, he played in the SHL. That's a good league. Some say that's like a top 3 league out there. Carlson did for the junior teams. I mean, he's been playing that system out there. And where did Fantilli play his before?
He was Michigan.
Yeah. So and listen, I mean that program too is some of the toughest competition too. So these kids come out ready. I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean, look, I personally have been on the props for a long time. I mean, usually I just do game lines and totals, but I always looked at the prop and Fantilli's prop market. He was getting plus money on his 2.5 shots on goal quite a bit earlier on. And then they caught wind of him. So he's a kid, I could see, looking into long term.
Yeah, he's going to be good. He's going to be a good player. I'm not shitting on Fantilli when I agree with Pearlo that I like Carlson a little bit better. I really like Fantilli too. And I don't want our Blue Jackets fan, Catherine, to get upset with me. I just didn't mind the pick from Verbeek. And we give Verbeek shit for being an outside thinker on that one. A lot of people thought he should have taken Fantilli. And I think, after the first season, I would say the jury's still out because Carlson had an injury. But Boy, I sure loved Carlson's game, and they looked so good early in the season. Anaheim did. I mean, they were playing some pretty good hockey. And then just injuries caught up with them. They don't have enough depth on that team. So I really like the direction they're going. That 5-on-3 shorthanded goal they scored against Pittsburgh might have been my favorite goal of the year, honestly. And they beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. It was epic. And everybody was wondering why Pittsburgh wasn't a playoff team, and they lost games like that early in the year to teams that played them well in Anaheim. So, yeah. So, lots of good players available. Cole Hudson, man. I wonder what our boy Hot Take Hockey is thinking, what he's wanting.
Dude, so this draft reminded me, my buddy's aunt had a connection. She worked for the NHL media, affiliates there, and I got to go to the 2013 draft. It was at the Rock. It was like the first year in Newark, and my buddy, me and him were just talking about it. It's funny because the only ones we remember was Pulak going to the Islanders and Schneider, the Devils getting Schneider there. So but that was the Barkov draft, the McKinnon draft. I mean, so that was pretty epic. It was we were just talking about that. We're gonna look for some from Facebook proof, some pictures from back in the day. Find that one, but look, I mean, and then you look at the 2014 draft. I mean, look at all the players from the 2014 draft who made the Stanley Cup Finals this year. So you could make the argument that in another decade, if you're into numerology or any, that stuff, the 2024 class here, we could be seeing, make some faces maybe make it into the Stanley Cup someday. So it's a good time of the year,
Yeah, no, crazy. I'm excited to see what happens here. A bunch of trades here at the end. Oh, I have a DM. Who DM'd me? Having to explain a customer I thought was muted. I didn't mean to say go fuck yourself, Utah. Really wanted the Utah pick. Okay. Oh, God, Mike. That was from Mike. Our degenerate Bostonian. Having to explain to a customer I thought I was muted. I didn't mean to say go fuck yourself, Utah. No, he wanted to make that.
The Bruins are up now.
Green Tree? Did the Bruins strike Green Tree? Bodane? Banneker? Emery? Hudson? O'Reilly?
I don't know. We'll see.
O'Reilly that's a name that was born to play in Boston.
Dean Letourneau, big 6'7" boy.
Dude, that's that. I think Mike called that. I'm pretty sure he said that's the guy he said that they were going to get.
Mike Grinelli?
No, Bostonian.
Oh,
he
Mike.
did.
Dude, didn't he call that? Didn't he say that's who they were going to get?
He says really want Dean or Cole here. We got him. They must have got Dean Letourneau then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Letourneau, yeah. 6'7", dude.
Yeah, he called it. He's DMing me.
Is that who Mike said he wanted?
Well, this kid's playing at BU. He's gonna play.
No, he wanted
cool,
he wanted Bodin. He wanted Bodin. One of the guys.
Oh, he wanted Bodwin from Barry Cole.
No, if you're talking about Mike the Degenerate Bostonian, he wanted Dean Letourneau. He's right here DMing me right now on Twitter.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
He wanted Letourneau around.
Yeah, he called Dean Letourneau. Go back and watch our show from Tuesday. He called our post Stanley Cup. He called. Can you believe Tuesday was the post Stanley Cup? Like, oh my God.
He's impressive, dude. No, that's I mean, look.
Yeah. 6'7", 214-pound center. 6'7".
Quit bugging the DJ, and he's on a conference call, Beard. He's working.
Cheers, guys. I need to go back to my conference call.
How's this kid skating? Is this kid a good skater?
was being
let me see
excited.
Steven Ellis's.
Even if he's average at 6'7", it's
I
all
think
right.
Mike Vernelli called for this too.
It's probably got a lot of work to do, but I mean, they can take a project, right? So
where did he get picked? 25th. He has him. Steven Ellis has him as the 29th ranked prospect. It's hard not to notice Boston College commit. He's 6'7". Letourneau has been great year with the St. Andrews College. He's a Canadian kid, by the way, I believe. Registering 61 goals and 127 assists. He was, by the way, Letourneau was on Morning Cup of Hockey today, I believe. Today or yesterday. He was on the show.
Nice.
Let me finish the thing. He registering 61 goals and 127 points to push himself into the first round territory. Putting up points at a prep school is one thing, but the USHL bound forward is just so physically dominant while still skating and moving the puck like a smaller center. When he gets in front of the net, things happen. I have full belief he'll be able to adjust to the college game once he gets there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's one and done in 2024, 2025, given how physically mature he is. Go ahead, Teddy.
No.
I thought you had something. You had something to say on Letourneau.
No, I just Bostonian. I'm with the Bostonian. He gave a good breakdown of this kid too.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to be a special kid. He's going to get to watch him a lot at Boston College there. So our degenerate Bostonian, who's not with us tonight, he's working. So
where's the kid from?
Just a pure goal scorer.
He's Canadian, right?
I believe he's Canadian.
So I just heard, again, I mentioned my buddy David Ross.
Big boy that can put the puck in the net.
Where's St. Andrews College?
St. Andrews College.
Isn't that in Canada?
Yeah. Braeside, Ontario. He's from Braeside, Ontario. Yeah, he's from Toronto. He's from the Ontario region.
What's the PHC? Really? He played the PHC. What is that?
It's a prep
Pentecostal hockey.
Prep hockey club. Prep hockey club. Isn't it prep high school? Prep.
He didn't really. Yeah, it's like he's got a long way to go. They're taking a flyer on this kid.
Well, he's going to Boston College next year, so he's going to play. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 5 years before he's going to be somewhere. But 6'7".
Right now, you can get Boston College at DraftKings at plus 50,000 to win the national championship. And they got Ryan Leonard coming back, and they got Gabe Perreault coming back, and they got one other kid. And they got this.
He's going to be buried in that for the first year or two. So they're looking at
Ryan Leonard's
a fourth line. Doesn't matter. Like, he's probably going to be buried on that team. That's a deep team. So he probably won't get all that many minutes for the first year or two, but I think that they just see a lot of raw talent with the kid, and they're taking a flyer on a 6'7" guy. That's big, super big. If you can even become a fourth liner, that would be impressive. The Kings are up now.
So if you look at my Whitfield draft year compared to the year after, it's a completely different player. That summer, I took a big step, and I'm really glad I went to St. Andrews. I got to play a lot of games. I got good development. So the coaching staff there, big thanks to them for getting me in this spot today.
And a big thanks. One thing here on the
So your Leafs, the best players available: Green Tree, Vanacker, Emery, Hudson, O'Reilly, Ritchie, Chernyshov from the HGH.
Green Tree goes to LA.
Oh, they picked Green Tree. Wow, they got size.
Mm.
Oh, I think HGH was wanting Green Tree for Toronto.
Windsor kid. We have we had a friend, Windsor person.
Okay. Now Windsor is just on the other side of Detroit in Ontario, right? It's almost like living in Michigan.
Yeah.
almost.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah.
The 26th pick.
And they traded back. Remember, LA traded back. The captain of the Windsor Spitfires. Okay. Pretty good looking kid. He's a big kid,
Yeah,
too.
I actually think I've seen this kid's highlights.
Yeah. 6'3", 215, Oshawa. That's the Generals, right? The Generals, Rico? Oshawa Generals? Yeah. Oh, no, he's from Oshawa. He didn't play for Oshawa. Who did he play for? Let me give you. I'll give you.
Kid I wanted the least draft.
I think Hot Take Hockey wanted him too, man. He's so
Dude.
this is what Stephen Ellis had him ranked as his 19th prospect out of 120. Liam Greentree from Windsor, Ontario. Man, if it wasn't for the lackluster skating, I'd be all in on Greentree. He's such a great shooter, passer, and thinks the game at such a high level. From skill perspective, given that Greentree reminds me a bit of U.S. National Development Program age Matt Boldy, he just makes things happen. Greentree's vision is excellent, and he carried the bad Spitfires team in a big way this year. He was quiet at the under-18s, but showed throughout the year that he can produce and play with just about anyone. So that's Alice's report on Greentree.
It's just his skating that's the problem. He's not a very good skater.
It's his skating, but he leans on opponents to get advantages. Offensive instincts and awareness are very good. Plays inside hockey and goes to the net. He's a second line heavy winger. His comparables, Brock Nelson. His shot and his skating are probably that need the most work, but that's something that you can just keep working on. Those are two things. His hockey sense, competitiveness, and his offensive awareness are up there. So,
dude, he's a Tom Wilson sized kid too, man. 6'3", 215. Like that's a big boy, man. Like a left wing power forward. That's is gonna like. I understand why HTH is down bad about getting Greentree.
I would love to have him.
You traded back, so maybe they thought they could get him and trade back. So Carolina on the clock. Where do they think we go there? Vanaker, Emery, Hudson, O'Reilly, Ritchie, Chersonoff, Letourneau's been taken. Basha. Who do you like? Who's been picked that not been picked that you're big on? Anybody? And if you don't know, it's fine.
Maybe someday the Vancouver Canucks will draft somebody.
Well, did they not have a pick this year, right? They traded theirs to Calgary for Lindholm, so they don't.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll go with Charlie
That
Elliott.
kid,
He's a right-hand defenseman, 6'3", big boy. He's not going to give you a lot of offense, but I mean, I think that's likely where they're going to go here.
What about this Chershov kid? 6'2", 192 pounds, good size, not afraid to use it. Typical power forward. Played.
He's probably
in the KHL this year.
He's probably better than a lot of the players we're talking about right now, but it just seems like they're like when you see Saliev go to number 10, they're still afraid of the Russian stuff there. They're still
but they took Demidov at 5.
Demidov is probably just as good as anybody in the his talent level is insane.
Yeah,
so he shouldn't even slip.
We did see 2 Russians go in the top 10 though, Pearlo.
When you got that kind of talent like Demidov, I would say if Demidov was from Canada, he probably would be number 2.
I agree with that assessment.
has that Basha kid been taken yet?
No. Chaika has Chersonoff as her number 1 available right now, remaining. And she has Basha as the 6th best remaining player.
He's comparable to a William Karlsson. He could kind of play with anybody, they say. So can my cats, apparently.
I mean, William
You
Carlson.
hear Florida's. You guys already talked about Florida's re-signing Reinhardt.
No, did that deal go through?
No, not officially, but they're talking about it. I think.
Yeah, I heard 8 times 8 or 8 times 9.5 is what I heard.
I mean, do we think he deserves it?
I mean, 9.5 is not gonna be bad for him. If he goes the open market, the non-tax-free environment, he probably gets 11. So I think I'd take 9.5 to stay in Florida. And they're gonna compete for at least another cup with that roster.
But if they do that, I don't think they can do that and bring in a Marchessault or something.
No, they're not going to be able to bring in Marchessault. No, we got to trade.
I know what you're saying, though, Theo. It's the whole. It was his contract year thing, right? Like, is he gonna fade after this? Or like it was a contract year, and you're gonna throw him 9.5 now, and he goes back to being what he always was, which was a 70-point 30 goal guy. Like,
yeah, Pearlo, exactly, man. You can't be paying guys for past production because now when you go to that slope,
I think 9.5 isn't bad.
Of that slope now. Now he's on the downhill of that slope that he peaked at.
You think 9.5 is bad for Reinhardt, though? To me, that's like right where I would pay him.
70-point guys, $9.5 million now.
I mean, Mitch Marner makes how much?
Okay, tell me one thing. Would you rather have Jake Gensel or Sam Reinhart? Would you rather have Gensel or Reinhardt?
I'd rather have
Reinhardt.
Reinhardt's a two-way guy.
Look,
too,
you make
so.
a big play.
And Gensel's
in a
older
big
than
game.
Reinhardt.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Jason Arnott and Patrick Elias back in those New Jersey teams when they made those big plays, they both got re-signed. They both got deals after. I mean,
yeah, both those guys.
Arnott ended up leaving.
Elias is still the all-time goal scorer. I mean, Jack Hughes is going to break all. So the details were the Blackhawks got the number 27 and the Canes got the 30th, 34th, and 50th pick from the Blackhawks.
Oh, okay.
So the Blackhawks traded up basically for 2 second-rounders. Dude, HTH has got to be going through it on this. He's got to be going through it on this Leafs pick, huh?
Well, dude, look what the Leafs did with Easton Cowan last year. The guy was sitting at the freaking very top of the freaking top row, and he walked all the way down to the draft table when they called his name.
That turned out to be a very good pick. That was a good
That's
pick.
what I mean. Maybe the Leafs have something else up their sleeve here, and they see something where in a non-deep draft after the top 10, top 15, they're picking 23.
This isn't a deep draft. If you can get 2 seconds, I understand why you would do it.
West Coast hockey bias, who's a LA Kings fan, tweets Liam Greentree, 6'3", 215. I like that. Timo Meyer, Jamie Benn comparison. I love that. Team captain, 3 eggplant emojis in a row. So the Greentree.
I don't see Greentree being Ben or like not that high, not that much offense. It's more of a third liner, like maybe even fourth liner. I don't see him getting that much. Greentree. I don't see Greentree having that much offense.
Hey, Beard. Beard, you know what's going to happen eventually, eh? Some of these players in this draft are going to end up on the all Pearlo team.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Iserman is already a big candidate, so.
We're going to have the all Pearlo league eventually.
We should have the all Pearlo draft after this is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put together your top 10 players. Just put together your entire team. 4 lines of forwards, 3 lines of defense, and 3 goaltenders of who you
biggest disappointments in the first round of the draft. 1 center, 2 wingers, and 2 D that shouldn't have been drafted as high as they should have.
I don't think I could give you that because there was really only the top.
So Merrick Vanacker, left winger, and that's what Hot Take Hockey said 2 minutes ago. He says Blackhawks probably take Vanacker here, and they took him. Merrick Vanacker. Let me give Ellis. I don't know anything about this guy. He's a left winger. He played for Brantford. Let me give you Stephen Ellis's assessment on him, and then
I got one too, buddy. When you're done,
yeah, go ahead. Hold on. First of all, he has him ranked 47th out of 120. He just went 27th here.
Pick. Yeah.
There's a lot to like about Banneker's game. He's not great defensively for sure, but he moves so well with the puck and creates quality scoring chances and on a consistent basis. He was just a depth forward a year ago, but now is doing so much of the heavy lifting for Brantford. While I project him as a second rounder, some teams like him as a top 32 pick. If there's one thing he's good at, it's working until he's got nothing left in the tank. He'll start the 2024 season dealing with a shoulder injury, but that shouldn't hurt his draft stock. So Brantford, I think, is where the Bulldogs are now, and Hot Take Hockey, John Bavaros works for them. So he got to see this kid a lot. He thought the Blackhawks would trade up for him, and he was correct. Hot Take Hockey with the W. Go ahead, Rico. Give us Bob McKenzie's thoughts.
Yeah, so with Brantford, 82 points, 68 games. I don't know if you mentioned that, but they say he plays a direct game offensively to the net, attacks inside, battles to gain space, and holds it. Good finishing ability around the net. Second line two-way wing is what they're saying, and is comparable as Chandler Stevenson. His offensive play needs a bit of work. His shot, his skating, but his competitiveness and his hockey sense is top-notch.
You guys have anything, Pearlo?
Which Scott Wheeler is a guy that I really appreciate from The Athletic. He says he's got size, he's a strong skater, he'll take the puck to the net, he protects and shields the puck well, he knows where to be and go on the ice. He's a solid. He says he's just got a solid two-way game, where that would go against a lot of people saying that he isn't.
Yeah, Ellis says he doesn't play great defensively. Not great defensively is what he says. He didn't say he was terrible.
He's got the makings of a complimentary winger, and he knows who he is and what he's going to have. Yeah, it reminds me of like a Carrier.
He says if there's one thing he's good at, it's working until he's got nothing left in the tank. So sometimes
reminds me of like he reminds me of a Carrier.
He's got it.
Like
yeah, he's got a high compete, which Chandler Stevenson's a good comparable too.
Yeah, he'll burn himself out.
The Flames are on the clock. Chernistoff, EJ Emery, best available.
Yeah, this Banneker kid, huh? He seems.
Who are you? Go ahead.
There's no way Calgary takes another D. Sorry, Occupancy.
No, you're good. You're good. You guys do cover elite prospects?
No, go ahead. Say what they said.
Banneker anticipates changes of possession and gaps in coverage and times his drive into these pockets to get scoring chances. He steals the puck on the back check and on the forecheck and instantly turns these plays into odd man attacks. He can traverse a neutral zone quickly with powerful forward strides or deceptive east-west crossovers and pick the corners of the net off the rush. Ranked, I'm seeing in the 30s, consolidated ranking, 33 by elite prospects. Bob McKenzie, I guess, had him at 28. So, look, I'm excited for the young man. I mean, I've said this before, but this is, good on them.
Banneker and Lardis stay together forever. Bulldogs AHL, says Hot Take Hockey tweets it. Yeah, he likes Banneker there.
Yeah, it's come together well. Started rehab and everything like that. So, slings off. So, it's come together.
Abby, Bruins got a monster 6'6" boy going because 18 getting stronger. Yeah. Blackhawks are destroying this draft. Great picks. Vegas got a steal, and so did Wild. Yes, I like the Booyan pick by the Wild for sure. So, yeah, Blackhawks look solid. Yeah, this kid sounds like a great two-way player, man. Like everything I'm reading, that's good, man. I think this is going to be a good pick for Chicago, this Banneker kid. If Hot Take watches him a lot and he likes him, I'm not doubting John's eye. I think John was really in on Stankoven, interviewed him a few years back, and Stankoven had a really good year this year for the Stars. And Hot Take Hockey was the first guy to be talking about him. So.
What is Stankoven's future looking like? I mean, is he going to resign? Is he already signed? What's his deal?
He's a rookie this year, man. Like
Okay.
he's not going anywhere for a couple of years. So yeah, this was his like rookie year in the NHL. So yeah, they bought out, by the way, Ryan Suter. Does anybody think that was a bad move? But Ryan Suter's on Pearlo's all team. That's for dang.
Second buyouts to charm.
How many players have been bought out twice in their career?
I don't know how many players, but there's
Vincent LeCavalier was the only guy I could think of that might have been bought out twice. But he will be he was bought out.
Was Rick Nash bought out or
D'Angelo?
D'Angelo's been bought out twice. Yep, D'Angelo. Yeah.
Boys, so Calgary's just loading up on D, and they just got the #1 scorer in the USHL.
Muskegon, Matvey Grendon.
Muskegon Fury. Oh, dude, this guy goes off the wing on his offside, and you can just fucking rip it.
So he has 52nd out of 120. Gridden captured the USHL scoring crown for 2023-2024. The University of Michigan product has the most multi-point efforts in the league this season. 2, his two-way game needs some work, but he's been more engaged without the puck in the final few viewings. I have compared him to say the fall showcase. He was just better there. His offensive upside is interesting as long as he can keep up putting similar numbers in the NCAA. And I do think he'll be a top 6 threat with the Wolverines. Maybe he'll be a nice pickup for someone in the second round. So he likes him as a second rounder, and he went 28th to Calgary. So maybe reach. But Blue Jackets pick Hayden. Okay, you like that one. Great pickup.
You're going to see a lot of stuff way all over the place here now on the bottom part. What was his name? The guy that they took?
Gridden.
Matt May Gridden. USHL, plays in the USHL. I'm going to be a Michigan guy.
Man. It's the second guy in the first round from Muskegon to be taken.
Yeah.
Muskegon, I think. Muskegon Fury, I think they're called. Muskegon Fury.
Well, these teams are getting smart, too. They're starting to scout the North American leagues a lot better, I think. I think the USHL was not
Beard. I was listening to Fan 590 today. Did I catch wind that they're going to be maybe trying to get a best on best with the U.S. college hockey program in the CHL and maybe try?
Yeah, I think they're playing in a thing. They're playing in a thing. The U.S. guys are playing against the Canadian guys in a preseason tournament or something that's happening. Yeah. So.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, almost 50.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you guys talk about this kid Berkeley Catton at all? Caton?
Yeah.
We did when he got drafted.
Sorry, I wasn't here. Was just quit were
Seattle.
people?
No, I think people like the pick from Seattle. I didn't see a lot of criticism from the pick. Yeah,
nice.
We thought they'd go Zeke Bouillon. We kind of thought they would go defense. They may regret that pick. I think Pearlo was like, this guy will be a player in the NHL.
Yeah, he was ranked 6. He was ranked 8. Bob McKenzie had him at 12.
Yeah,
one way or another.
Go ahead.
One way or another, he's going to play. It's a safe pick. He's for sure going to play. No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's the one where it's comparable with Sebastian Aho.
Oh.
Yeah, Stephen Ellis has an article, is Berkeley Catton the most underrated top prospect for the 2024 draft? I think there were some people very high on him.
Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, I'm excited for the team. I think I was seeing some people maybe take a sprinkle at some of their futures. So, Also, just kind of make one more note on prospects to keep an eye out on.
Yeah.
Pavel Mintyukov from Anaheim. This kid, he was teammates with like Demidov, and I think a lot of these guys, the guys from SKA, and he can skate. And anyway, I think you guys were talking about Carlson and Fantilli before, and this other guy, Mintyukov, just keep an eye out on him. You know, he's good, and I'm stoked for this league. Yeah.
Yeah, the future is bright. I mean, we got the Hagens kid or whatever this next draft, and then we got Gavin McKinnon at the draft after that. That's going to be pretty consensus number 1 overalls. Dallas is on the clock. They never miss on a draft pick. Probably the best. Finland. So Abby's saying Finland. By the way, Stephen Ellis had Berkeley Catton at 5 overall out of 120, and he went 3rd, right? Or where did he go? Where did he go? Where did Catton go again? I'm sorry.
He was Spokane Chiefs.
Oh, he went 8th. He went 8th so he had him ranked 5th out of 120, and he went 8th to the Seattle Kraken. So Catton could be a really impressive player. And I was saying it didn't surprise me that they drafted a kid that played for the Spokane Chiefs. They probably got to scout him a lot in person. The Kraken did. So Emil Hemming, right winger for the Dallas Stars.
You pretty much chalk that up to being a NHL player. Dallas never makes a mistake, so whatever it is they pick. They always hit it out of the park all the time.
Despite not producing much at the World Juniors, I like what I saw from Hemming. He's capable of he has him 31, by the way, and he got drafted at 29. He's capable of getting creative offensively, but I feel like he's a future bottom 6 forward who can out-muscle players while staying disciplined and grinding it out all game long. His defensive game is nice, too. If he improves his skating, I could see Hemming playing a more prominent role in the NHL, but at a minimum, I think he works hard enough to earn himself a spot deeper down. So there you go.
Yeah, so good skills at offensive ability, benefits from a playmaker who can get the puck to him on the move. He attacks. He's a second-line offensive winger. His comparable is Troy Terry. His shot's great. Scoring touch competitiveness needs a little bit of work. Other than that, hockey IQ and his skating's really, really well.
Yeah, wow. We've been live at 3 hours and 30 minutes, and we're still not through the draft.
Wow. Has it been that long?
Jeez, well, 3 hours and 32 minutes for me and Rico. And Rico's cats.
I know, my cats are like going nuts because mommy's.
You were about a half hour late, remember? But you said you were going to be, which is fine. I know dead bodies can't move themselves.
Yeah. Sometimes they pile up, you gotta get. Sometimes some days are busy.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for dinner here, man. I didn't expect this to be live for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Well, we could probably end her now too.
No, I want to finish the draft. So the New York Rangers are on the clock.
I kind of want to see who the Leafs draft too. I'm not going to bed till I see who the Leafs pick, so I can at least print a poster of them and put it above on
the whole draft, man. We're staying for the whole draft.
Okay, I'll tell you who they're going to draft. I'm going to take a look at it.
Well, let's see who the Rangers going to take.
The Leafs should draft that Chinnikov or whatever guy. He's
the Russian guy.
Take that guy.
Yeah,
take that guy.
Well, let's find out who the Rangers pick because I bet the Rangers draft.
I don't think the Leafs have a Russian on their team.
Well, you did have Samsonov. You had Samsonov.
Yeah, they don't anymore though. The Leafs are going to have Askarov. That's who they're going to have. Askarov and Joseph Wall now that Nashville signed Saros.
You think they're going to trade for Askarov?
Absolutely. Mitch Marner for Askarov, and they're probably going to send over Luke Evangelista and probably
Sanjay Gaki said that exact trade.
I know. Where do you think I get this shit?
Oh, from Sanjay?
From everywhere.
I like Mitch Marner in Nashville. I think that'd be a good fit. I hope they trade him.
Absolutely. He probably liked Ryan O'Reilly. He probably felt like he was a father figure to him.
Did you hear what Steve Dangle said about the percentage of the cap between the Big Four and all the other teams? The only team close to them is Colorado. And their top 4 are McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar, and Taves in pay. And they've won a cup. The Leafs top four are all forwards.
Yeah, well, Chicago got dismantled as soon as they had to pay Taves and Kane those last contracts in Seabrook and Keith. It was over.
But they never paid Taves and Kane what Matthews and Martin made.
No, they paid.
The Leafs haven't had that success.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it's one of those things where you get paid after you win something, and that's going back to your point, Occupancy, about Reinhardt getting paid. Yeah, the guy scored a huge goal in the playoffs. They won a cup. Pay the guy.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
I think 9.5 is not a bad deal for them long term. 9.5 is not bad. If they paid him 11, I'd be like, oh, massive over.
Well, that's like 11.5 in Toronto, unless you got a good tax agent.
Yeah.
Not like Tavares.
We've been talking about everybody sad that's been drafted, man. So let's see who the Rangers draft. I wonder if my wife's watching the draft. She wasn't watching the show. I came out there. I go, what are we getting for dinner? She's like, I don't know. I was like, you're watching MASH reruns over watching my show. Thanks. I appreciate the support.
I ate a good old-fashioned box of Kraft dinner for dinner tonight.
Nice.
I just found one in the cupboard. I'm like, I got a craving for Kraft dinner, so I just smashed a whole box of it.
Friday night chicken. We're having chicken strips and burgers. I had chicken strips and burgers.
EJ Emery.
Oh, EJ Emery, nice.
Yeah, good defensive defenseman. Doesn't put up a ton of points, but reliable, stay at home.
Well, that's who the Rangers took. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good pick. Probably one of the best available, especially on the back end.
Yeah, they must have forgot. I mean, he was.
The Leafs will take Luke Misa, 5'10", 165. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Take that Russian guy.
Now they're going to take. Oh, I'm just saying what they generally do. They'll take Luke Misa, little kid, little guy. He's got some. No, that's what they usually do.
Let me hear what the Hot Take Hockey is saying.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I don't know who they're going to take. Getting down to this part of the draft, it's hard to say. I know I've heard a lot of good things about John Mustard.
Oh, HCH is down bad about you guys trading back, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I don't get it either, man.
But
I mean,
I don't mind that they traded back. Like when you're in this draft is a weak draft.
Then they did the Easton Cowan thing last year. I got all faith in them. They pulled Easton Cowan from the rafters last year at the draft and told him to walk down 1,000,000 steps and come get your jersey. So
yeah, it's a weak draft, so you might as well take all the darts you can get on the board. Like I don't mind them.
Yeah, it's yeah.
You won't see too much of that next year. Next year is a strong.
Maybe they look at Sam.
So Hot Take wants Cole Hot said EJ Emery. I like the pick too with you, Avi. I'm with you. A sick kid from Surrey, BC, 6'3", 183, 18. Not a great offensive player, but good skater, good takeaway, time and space. We've seen now length is a huge thing in the playoffs, having tall defensemen and stuff.
Toronto had a bit of an interest in. Oh yes, that's right.
A lot of people in Hot Takes chat are saying Sam O'Reilly is who I would take. Hot Take said he might as well trade back even from this pick. So let's see what they do.
Sometimes all that adrenaline in the youth, it'll they could go over the edge, right? And chase hits that aren't necessarily there. Not the case here. So thanks so much, Dean.
Really curious to see the hockey world who they draft. Who do you want, Rico? The Russian
Take
kid?
the Russian kid, man. Take the Russian kid.
That I am Bougie here with EJ and his dad, Eric. And EJ, I know that you grew up and PK Subban was a role model of yours with Billy O'Reilly. We're now by the New York Rangers. They were your role models.
They could at least show the Toronto skyline with the CN Tower at the Sphere. That's kind of weird what they're showing, but
Yeah, I'm surprised some teams didn't have draft parties. Like, why didn't you show your draft party? People chilling. They did that last year.
We know that EJ is a sensational athlete, and Eric, I know you played at the Canadian Football League.
Alphonse Frisch. I think that's how you say it.
He's on hockey.
A big offensive defenseman.
take Bosch or the Russian.
Franchise.
I'm not surprised. He's good at every sport, so I love watching him play, which makes me when he plays, because he plays to the fullest.
Am I hearing Sam O'Reilly? I don't know.
Oh, the Leafs are trading Marner.
No,
They are?
stop. Are you
Rico.
serious?
They're going to
Rico,
trade him at the draft.
bro. Rico, come on, man.
Just
They're
kidding.
going to trade
sorry.
him at the draft. I would doubt very much.
It's
they're gonna do that.
ridiculousness, Rico.
There's no way they're going to do that big of a trade at the draft.
I went there on a visit, and the moment I stepped on
No,
Maybe
Marner's
I-
playing there all year next year. Marner's not going anywhere. They're trying to work out a deal with him right now.
Yeah, I agree.
So the Leafs don't look like the bad guys. They're offering him something.
Thank you so much for being here. John?
Yeah.
in front of a sold-out crowd.
Last year, this kid Bradley Nadeau went 30th.
Tonight, we still have
He's an interesting prospect to look at.
operators. Nelson Jones,
Carolina Hurricane,
hiring tonight.
30th overall.
6 years of excellence, Nelson. Man, every picture you see.
Oh, they went the boring route. I'm surprised they did that.
Who?
Danford.
These men and women.
Pretty.
Oh yeah.
The Leafs drafted somebody?
Danford. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like your basic vanilla player.
Let me hear what Ajik's saying.
Well,
I was talking to HGH. Doesn't seem like he's enthused at all, but he was like this last week.
Yeah, Danford played on a good team. He played for Oshawa last year. He's 6'2", almost 200 pounds, 64 games, 1 goal. So he's not your prototypical offensive guy, but he's a steady guy back there. So Oshawa has had a good team this year. So
yeah,
He's about as vanilla as you get. Like he's probably a 5'6" guy, if like just simple defenseman, just very simple.
I got like 2 cats in my.
I mean, it's a
right now.
defense. If you're a Toronto guy,
Yeah, I mean, Oshawa's gonna have another good year, I think.
there you go. That's from HGH.
Yeah, they also had a great year.
Yeah, I like this Ben kid. I mean, elite prospect says this kid, good defensive defenseman, mobile defenseman, plays the opposition physically, closes the gap before the blue line. I mean, look, you got to have people who know how to play, true NHL defense. So if he's got the potential to be that, then I'm happy for the team. I think this is going to be a great pick.
Okay. Occupancy likes it, Leafs fans.
If you can
He's
get
a
a
reliable
5'6"
defender.
defenseman here,
He's just a reliable defender.
6'2", 191 pounds. He's from Ontario, Matic, Ontario. I don't know.
And he's a
where that's at.
right-handed shot.
There you
Thank
go.
God he's a right-handed shot.
Yeah.
He'll probably be better than Cody.
He did get 4 goals in the playoffs. He only got 1 through the year.
Yeah, he's a total defensive defenseman for sure.
A right-hand shot.
Yeah, defensively
defense
is reliable.
not something the
Positions
Leafs
well.
don't need. That's their number one need, is it not? I mean, I feel like it is. They drafted for need, definitely there.
He finished the year plus 27. I know Pearlo likes plus minus.
Yeah, I don't know anything about. I wish I could get some analytics on junior players. That'd be great, but I don't. But I mean, he better be damn good defensively because he obviously is not going to be providing much offense at all. So he's going to have to be a.
He relies on his strong skating to hold off defenders while using his excellent vision to move pucks to his teammates. So he'll often take high percentage shots to result in rebounds, secondary opportunities for his teammates. So, hey, decent pick.
Avi says he was fired up. He said he liked Hudson better, but I think the Leafs really need the defensive defenseman there.
Well, look, I mean,
he's gonna be an offensive guy, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, the Hudson, the American kid?
Yeah, I mean, I heard he's going to be better than his other brother, Lane, who looked – I mean, I saw him for BCU this year, and he was incredible. And that's the guy I talked to Ken Hughes about. And Ken Hughes signed him the next day after I talked to him. I was like, yeah, you came to watch Cole Hudson in person, huh? That's when I met Ken Hughes at the – yeah.
Well, this is obviously somebody that the Leafs have been targeting, so I'll trust him, man. Anybody's got money.
You hope the scouting team there.
If anybody's got money to put into scouting.
Easton Cowan was the same reaction last year. Everybody was like, "What the fuck?" And then the Leafs hit on him. So I just wouldn't doubt them at all. You know,
they got the issue too, where a lot of like you can take an American player, but are you going to be able to sign them? Like a lot of American players don't want to play in Toronto. So Toronto has that issue too, and people don't pay attention.
Bob McKenzie had him at 54.
Yeah, that sounds about where I would take him too. But I think a lot of these picks that Toronto and a lot of players from the United States don't want to play in Toronto. Your taxes are insane, like it's crazy, and you're not Canadian, so. Like, why would you want to go to a different country and pay 20% more in taxes? You know, so you just tell your agent, tell Toronto, I don't want to go there. So
Pearlo, you need the right tax leader or dump dead bodies for a living to.
Yeah, but if you're a kid that was 50, projected to be drafted around 50, and you get picked in the first round, you might feel wanted there, and I disagree with you on that, man. The U.S. has some high tax states. California and Connecticut and New York aren't far off from Canada's tax rates when you federal and state income tax. So I'll just say this. I think there are a lot of American kids that want to play in Canada because they get this they get the love. They get to be center stage, where if you play anywhere else in the U.S., you're not going to be as beloved as a hockey player in Canada.
They might get the occasional guys that are like that, yeah.
I
think at the most part, like I know, I always look at things as what I would do if I was in the United States. If I was born in the United States and I had an agent and I was going to have a chance to go to a Canadian team where I got to pay like a hell of a lot more taxes, I would be like, I would tell my agent, I'd rather not go there.
Oh,
but you're also getting paid in U.S. dollars too, aren't you? Are you getting paid in U.S. dollars living in Canada?
Yeah, the Canadian guys the guys who play in Canada get paid in U.S. dollars. Correct.
Yeah, and then you just got to get a bit of a tax shelter going on. I mean, there's ways around it.
Yeah, I think it's horseshit. I would love to play in Canada. I think Canada, if you like the city, well, we got to trade. Edmonton's on the clock.
Second pick in this year's draft to the Edmonton Oilers, reaching for Edmonton's first round pick, either in 2025 or 2026 with some conditions.
By the way, Edmonton's re-signed Calvin Pickard to a 2-year extension today.
Oh, good for Calvin.
$2 million AAV, $1 million a year.
Oh,
Not bad.
nice. Good for him. Good for him. Guy's worked his balls off to get.
Came in and won a pretty big fucking playoff game for you guys.
He's got to be happier than heck right now. Guy's been a minor leaguer his whole career, and he finally.
So do they take Churchin off? That's the number one on chick. Do they take Churchin off the Russian guy? Watch this guy be an absolute stud.
What's the trade? Here's a good example. Like, okay, maybe Toronto's a bigger city, but if I'm an American player, I don't want to go to because they have McDavid.
If I'm an American player and I saw what went down in Edmonton in the Stanley Cup Finals and the playoffs here, I would love to play in that town.
No, not me. You don't live here.
Pearlo, what I saw from the fans.
I don't care. I can win a cup anywhere. I don't need to come here to do it. I can win a cup anywhere.
That's why
Florida won the cup. I would rather live in Florida with no tax, state tax.
Like, yeah, at least you're in west. At least you're a little west over there in Sunrise.
Why the hell would you want to live in Edmonton? I'm sorry, I love it.
Would you want to play with McDavid? I know Catherine Craig says.
I couldn't. If I had millions of dollars right now, I would be out of here tomorrow. Tomorrow.
You wouldn't live in Edmonton? Where would you live if you could live anywhere?
No, I don't know. Wouldn't be here. I'd have to think about it. But if
you could live anywhere in Canada, where would you live?
Anywhere in Canada? Well, if all year round.
Any NHL city or any city? Any city or any NHL city?
I would live in Alberta. I live in the mountains, so.
Yeah, I'd go to Whitehorse.
You live in Alberta. You live in Alberta.
Banff. I would live in Banff. I wouldn't live in Edmonton though. Not a chance in hell would I live in Edmonton.
Sam O'Reilly, right wing, London Knights, goes to the Edmonton Oilers.
Nice pick. My gosh, we actually made a good pick.
So what did Edmonton trade up for?
That is a really good pick.
You like that pick? Okay.
Yeah.
Give us the scouting report on him, Rico, and Occupancy. Give us yours, and then we'll call it an evening for the show. I'm going to go eat some dinner. That was the last pick. The rest of the draft is the rest of this weekend. We won't be streaming for it, but we'll be back Monday or Tuesday for a free agent frenzy recap. Monday night or Tuesday, probably our regular time, 10 p.m. Eastern, just to see what went down with the free agent recap. So that was the last pick of the day. Give us your final thoughts, Rico.
Yeah, Toronto kid. Yeah, Sam O'Reilly, versatile and adaptable, plays all situations, very good smarts, good skills, and he competes. Plays up and down lineup. He's projected to be a second line two-way center. His comparable is Philip Deneau. Just needs a little bit of work on his offense and his skating and a little bit on his shot, but his compete and his hockey sense is up there.
Yeah, 5 goals and 7 assists in 16 playoff games in the OHL this year for the London Knights. I think they made it all the way to the championship just to lose to Saginaw, but they were one of the better teams. So, go ahead and give us your final thoughts, Rico. We'll go around the clock with Pearlo and then Occupancy, and we'll call it a night.
Man, I can't believe we've been on for 4 hours tomorrow. I got to get my golf clubs ready. We're going golfing this weekend. I planted my garden. Everything's good. Being a good house husband, doing all my chores. So sucks that we have no more hockey. The Jays won 9-2 last night, but they got pounded like 1,000,000-5 tonight against the Yankees. So it's like we can't have nice things in Toronto. Hopefully this guy that the Leafs drafted is like an Easton Cowan, and we can maybe find a diamond in the rough here. But yeah, like Pearlo's guy, Cecilia Lev or whatever, that defenseman, I'm surprised he fell right down to New Jersey at 10. It'll be pretty interesting because Pearlo is pretty adamant that he could have went definitely top 5. So there's a few things we can take away from the draft, and you just try to remember these names on who's going to be a bust and who's not. And it was kind of cool to do the draft with you again tonight and create some memories. 4 hours in, it's good times, boys. Thanks to everybody in the chat too. Anybody that's watched a whole part or part of the stream or it's been here from the start. It's great hanging out.
Yeah, we had almost an upwards of 50 people this whole time, so I really appreciate that. Yeah, just echoing your sentiments, Rico.
Yeah, buddy.
Go ahead, Pearlo. Go ahead, Pearlo.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed with that pick from Edmonton. Sam O'Reilly played for London, a very deep team, and he had 56 points in 68 games. There was a lot of competition on that team to gain a position. So I haven't been able to say this too often, but I'm in the last 10, 12 years of being an Oilers fan, but I'm really impressed with the work they're doing there.
So what was the result of the trade? Did we get the full details on the trade there? Let me see if I can find that before you finish your final spot there. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, go check it out so I don't have to. But we'll see if I look stupid on the Saliev thing, but I don't think I will. I think New Jersey freaking knocked it out of the park right there. Like, that to me was the best pick of the draft. Not saying that there might be other players that are better, but at that spot, I'm going to be reading a lot on figuring out why the hell he dropped all the way down to New Jersey, and they just kicked ass with that pick. Simple as that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the details on that trade yet. So we'll have to have that for you the next time we meet. Go ahead, Occupancy. Give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to everyone for hanging out and watching us cover the draft. I appreciate the chat and the channel and everything. Make sure you're spreading the love on YouTube. But look, I mean, a couple storylines I think are really interesting from the draft, as has been said. I mean, I'm looking at number 14, Consta Helenius from the Buffalo Sabres. This guy's going to go play for Tappara up over in Finland there. If that's the plan, and that's, a championship winning team and, top 5 league over there. So I think he could get some really good experience. How do you bring a kid along? You put a young kid in a locker room full of grown men and make them feel at home. I mean, that's, you got to figure it out. That's one way to do it. So it's good to see, Buffalo kind of holding true and grabbing a guy. They traded up. So they kind of, took a risk at the end there to, but maybe they thought their guy would stick around, be available. Also 14, I'm sure they had someone in their department say that. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on about that, but that was one angle I was looking at. I thought, and look, I think a lot of these kids are going to turn out to be good, and so all in all, exciting night. Just stoked to see what free agency holds, in the next couple of weeks as well. Off-season training is going to start happening. A couple pieces might move. Couple, important storylines. So essentially, for Florida, having their fun doing Stanley Cup celebrations. That's always nice to see on the summer months. You pop on social media and see, Luongo doing the Italian dinner in the cup. It's just funny. But yeah, I was going to actually pose a question to the panel. Like, how many cups do you think they have? Do you think it's just one, or do you think they have 10 or 15 that they kind of, do it with?
I know they have 3 for a fact. Yeah, they have one that stays at the Hall of Fame permanently. They have one that I think is on the traveling rotation or does the venues, and then they have one that the players take. So I have the details on the trade. To the Oilers, get the number 32nd pick. To the Flyers, Edmonton gets the The 2025 or 2026 first round, there are conditions attached. So they get there's some conditions. So that's all I have on that. Sam McKee likes that pick for the Oilers there. But I wanted to also say one thing. Frank Cervelli says you could bet the NFL and NBA are kicking themselves that they didn't get to host their draft in the Sphere first.
Yeah.
The venue is mind-blowing. Had the vision and it pulled it off. With Herculean lift, the scenes behind on creative graphics show the flow. Well done. I don't know if it translated great on TV for you guys, but it sounded like it was amazing to be there in person. Everything I was reading tweet-wise. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Had a great night. 4 hours of streaming is a long time. It's been a long time since we've been that length. So really appreciate everybody that came out. And we had over and upwards of 50 people. Avi, all the people that came in late. Catherine, thank you so much for doing all that stuff. So we really appreciate it. Have a good one. We'll see you Monday or Tuesday. We'll just keep an eye for the thing. We'll look and see how that plays out. And appreciate all you guys. Have a good evening.